overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve it internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve it internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve it internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve it internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve it internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve it internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve it internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
Don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get all of that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now.
15 seconds. Guidance is internal. 12.
don't play games.
11.
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
We're back. It is August 5th, Wednesday, August 5th, 2026. We have some crazy news to get into, like, immediately.
Yeah, we just got sniped with like 2 new pieces of news.
No time for bantering. We're just gonna
We're
jump
cutting
right
to
into
the
it.
chase.
So, Google just announced the next chapter of our AI momentum. Sundar Pichai and Demis Hassabis just announced that Demis will be leaving as CEO of Google Deepmind after, 15 years? It's crazy. He will remain at Google. He's going to become the chair of Google Deepmind. I don't know what this means, actually.
I don't know the distinction really. Maybe
The
we can,
distinction
ask
is usually
people.
like the chair is like a higher level role that,
Like oversight rather than
yeah, it's not like managing day to day.
Yes.
And Demis will also become the chief scientist of Alphabet. The previous chief scientist of Alphabet, Jeff Dean, is going to be leaving. Jeff Dean and Google senior fellow Sanjay Gamawat are launching an independent public benefit corporation to accelerate discoveries in ML science and engineering.
By the way, okay, 57 followers now, 44 when I first checked. 84, I just refreshed.
It's called Discovery Loop.
I think it's like a lab aimed at automating discovery in science and engineering.
What's that?
It's at Disco Loop AI. It's called Discovery Loop.
AI. Automating discovery. Wow, you are only my second mutual to follow this.
Yeah. Who's the other?
James Hill Kurana.
Yeah, not followed by anyone you're following.
Wow.
Followed by Theo Jaffe.
By Theo Jaffe.
Well, anyway, so we should check out to see what we know about Discovery Loop.
Let me see. Message from Sundar. We're reading this for the first time, by the way, right now. Message from Demis Hassabis. Hi, team. We have arrived at a pivotal moment in human history. Wow. Yeah, this is true. I've been working toward AGI my whole life, and now, like many of you, I feel it is close at hand. It's critical that we collectively get the next steps right to ensure this all goes well for humanity, and we usher in an incredible new age of discovery and wonder. So he's going to hand over his day-to-day operational responsibilities to GDM so that I have the time and space to focus on the big picture and help influence what is to come to the best of my ability. I will be taking on a new strategic role as chair of GDM and chief scientist of Alphabet. I'm excited to announce that Korai. So who is this guy? This is going to be senior vice president of Google DeepMind. So he's not replacing Demis as CEO. They're just changing the title of CEO to senior vice president of Google DeepMind.
Right.
So who is this guy? Google chief AI architect, Korai. Korai Kavukuolu. Who is this guy? Do we know anything about him? He was the CTO of Google DeepMind.
Okay.
He's been at Google DeepMind since 2012.
Okay.
So a very long time, because remember, it was founded in 2010. We'll have a lot of unread LinkedIn messages. Research scientist at NEC Laboratories, PhD at NYU. A lot of top AI people came from NYU, interestingly.
Wow, beast mode. His LinkedIn title is like all in lowercase.
Not even his title, just his name. Yeah. So I guess we don't know much about him. So we'll take a look. Yeah, Korai and I have been working together for over 13 years. The Gemini models are in good hands with Korai and the leads, as they have been for a while. I don't know about that. And I'm excited about the great progress we're making with our new models, including Gemini 4. Okay.
Yep.
And we'll continue to work closely with Sundar on strategic and global AGI matters. That's a big deal. From our awesome new London Platform 37 offices. So he's still at London. I don't know why he's in London and not in Washington, D.C. or in San Francisco.
Well, because he is British. And maybe he's loyal to his country. Who knows?
Actually, he could get a visa. Did you know that there's like a law that says that if you have won a Nobel Prize...
Do you think he qualifies for the exceptional talent visa?
I think there's a law that says if you get a Nobel Prize, you automatically qualify for an O1, like with no process required.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That might be the easiest way to get citizenship if you're an international person.
Yeah. So it like is a specific criteria in the O1 visa rules that says like if you get a Nobel Prize or like some other very, very high level award, like you've completely satisfied the requirements, you don't need to submit anything else.
Fair enough, yeah.
As part of this transition, Demis will also be leaning into his role at Isomorphic, where we are making extremely rapid and promising progress to accelerate our mission there even faster. That would be incredible, for AI to cure cancer, of course.
Oh yeah, and I love how he ends it. He's like, as a business, we're in an incredibly strong position. We're the only company that has the full stack, and we're world-class at every layer from infrastructure to cloud to frontier models to AI-first applications. We have all the ingredients to lead from here, and I firmly believe we will. So he's basically saying, Google lock in, we are the best positioned. to be a leading AGI.
Mm-hmm. So what about Jeff Dean, who was Google's chief scientist, and now he's going to be leaving? So he's been the chief scientist at Google DeepMind and Google Research for a long time. He joined Google in 1999. So
Wow.
he's been there for a long time. What has he done? He co-designed and co-implemented 5 successive generations of Google's crawling, indexing, and query retrievals for Google Search, covering 100x to 10,000x growth in number of documents searched. Okay, like so much of like what makes Google valuable basically was created by Jeff Dean.
Wow. Yeah.
This man has created literally hundreds of billions of dollars of shareholder value single-handedly.
Developed Google's AdSense for content.
Yeah, Google Ad Serving, MapReduce, Bigtable, AdSense for content, Google Translate, many low-level libraries, internal tools for improving productivity. And he co-founded Google's deep learning research and engineering team. So a lot. And before that, he worked at MySimon. Never heard of this. I think it was like an old Unk e-commerce search thing. He did research at Western Research Laboratory at Compaq. Compaq used to be like a really prestigious tech company. They made computers. And then before that, he was at UW, where he got a PhD, a master's, then a bachelor's from CS and Econ from Minnesota. So state school king right here.
Many such cases.
Yeah. We need to get like a crown for people that's like state school king.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, this is like the American dream. It's like, boy from Minnesota presumably like becomes one of the architects of the Eschaton.
Yep. Yeah, I was just thinking about how how we're like, oh, we've been waiting our whole life for AGI.
Mm-hmm.
Like
these guys have really been waiting.
These people have actually been waiting. Like they kind of, yeah. I mean, I can't imagine having to wait
about,
like
Kurzweil.
50 years.
Kurzweil's been on the ship for like 40 years.
Exactly. So living right now as somebody who has been that early is probably crazy.
Yeah. So Discovery Loop. What is Discovery Loop? It's a new company by Jeff Dean, Sanjay Gamawat, who these people are all senior researchers at Google DeepMind, Kwok Lei, and Oriol Vignoles.
Yep.
So remember, there were 3 leads of Gemini at Google DeepMind. The 3 leads were Jeff Dean, Noam Shazir, and Oriol Vignoles. And now all 3 of them are gone. Noam Shazir has left for OpenAI, and Jeff Dean and Oriol Vignoles are leaving for Discovery Loop. Our mission is straightforward. We are building AI solutions that can automatically solve important problems in machine learning, science, and engineering. Isn't this kind of exactly what Google DeepMind does, though? Like, what's different here? I don't get it. Like,
it's automatic. It's like automated research.
Okay, but this is the original vision of Google DeepMind.
Yeah, of course.
Like, this is what it was all about.
Okay, well, hop in their website. That's where I am right now.
Yeah, let's take a look. So Discovery Loop, continuous exploration, totally Clauded website.
Absolutely Clauded website.
Which is
you
really
can tell
funny.
right here from the scientific discovery is bottlenecked.
This is so funny, actually. The like completely GigaClaude website.
Yeah, I think
with,
that
like,
they don't. I honestly think they don't care, and they shouldn't care. It's whatever.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like the new HTML website. It's like you're trying to sort of signal that you don't really have to care too much about this silliness like web design. You just put some text.
Yeah, they're locking in on scientific discovery.
Put some text on an HTML page.
Yeah.
Or just get Claude to write a little bit of CSS for you.
Okay, so the scientific method is one of the greatest tools humanity has ever devised, yet execution entails repetitive experimental loops that are hard to scale with today's manual efforts. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
At Discovery Loop, we're
In other
building
words,
systems to automate these entire experimental loops.
Scientific discovery is bottlenecked on humans having to do the same thing over and over again.
Repeatability, yeah.
Humans having to manually do the same thing over and over again. But what if we didn't have to do that? What if with frontier AI models and large-scale computational infrastructure, our systems will be able to rapidly propose, run, and learn from evaluations, allowing for the parallel execution of thousands of experiments? So
Massively
start with
parallel
machine learning.
experiments.
We will initially focus on automating the process of ML research and engineering. We will
Okay.
use these automated ML capabilities to rapidly optimize our tech stack before expanding to other domains. These guys are just talking about fuming. Like, we're going to automate ML and then we're going to use ML to automate everything else. Like, really,
Wow,
I don't
you're
understand.
the first person who has ever thought of that.
This is like exactly the same as the original mission of Deepmind.
Yeah.
Weird. Ultimately, we're building systems capable of taking on National Academy of Engineering grand challenges. Never heard of these. What are NAE grand
Probably
challenges?
some British stuff.
It's probably some British stuff.
Some Britain slop.
Yeah, Brit slop. While we wait for this website to load, I just remembered, Demis has been working on AGI policy for a while now. He recently wrote his essay on twitter.com, proposing x.com, proposing basically FINRA for AI, like an industry self-regulatory body that would manage AI risk. It would provide for independent auditing. It would provide for transparency, all kinds of things like that. And he is proposing it to politicians. So likely a lot of what he's going to be doing now is policy.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so the NAE Grand Challenges, the 14 Grand Challenges for Engineering for the 21st Century, identified in 2008, make solar energy economical. Actually, let's see how much progress we've made on each one of these 14 challenges. It's been 18 years, so it's been a while. Make solar energy economical. Yeah, we've basically done that. Like this, there's been so much progress on this one.
Provide energy for fusion.
Not quite.
Not really. I don't even know what carbon sequestration is.
Carbon sequestration is like the ability to pull carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Out of air in order to basically decarbonize the atmosphere to prevent climate change. Have we developed this? Kind of. Like the tech exists. It's not like super duper economical yet.
Mm-hmm.
Manage the nitrogen cycle. I don't know. What is the nitrogen cycle?
You don't remember the nitrogen cycle?
Vaguely.
This is like a high school bio.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of remember this, but like, what does managing the nitrogen cycle mean? Have we made progress on this?
I'm not sure if we made progress.
It means balancing the amount of reactive nitrogen in soil and water to support plant growth while stopping pollution. I think like this has been done a little bit, but not really. Provide access to clean water. Yeah, this has been definitely improved a lot in the last 20 years, especially in places like India. Restore and improve urban infrastructure. Depends on where you live.
Depends.
In San Francisco, for example, our urban infrastructure is probably worse than it was 20 years ago.
You can see the past first in San Francisco.
Yeah, you can see the past first in San Francisco.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
I mean,
so many
probably in
people.
developing countries and areas, yes.
So many people I know, like, Pleometric is like, not doxing, but he's a Euro of some kind. And when he first arrived in SF, from his Eastern European country, expecting like, basically cyberpunk future city. Nope, it's not cyberpunk future city, actually. It's not like that at all. So restore and improve urban infrastructure.
Advanced health
The good news is
informatics,
we
I think
totally
this
have
has
the
happened.
capacity to do this. Like China's already done number 6. Advanced health informatics.
I think this has happened. Engineer better medicines.
Kind of.
We
Well, we have GLPs
peptides.
now, yeah.
Yeah.
Reverse engineer the brain. No.
Nope.
Prevent nuclear terror.
Low key, kind of.
We've been
now we have
preventing
other forms of terror, so it's
Yes.
like this one isn't really as important.
We've been preventing nuclear terror successfully since 1945, since August 9th, 1945. Well, I guess like this one is like nothing is required to do this except for not blowing up the world. So just don't press the big red button and we'll all be fine.
Mm-hmm. And
Secure
of course,
cyberspace.
AI is not allowed to press the big red button. This is like the one thing that is like in the law. So yeah, so we're good.
Secure cyberspace.
No. No.
We're working on it. We now have very cyber capable models that could secure cyberspace.
Enhanced virtual reality. Unfortunately, not really.
A little bit.
And this pains
You can play
me.
Beat Saber now.
Yeah.
It's kind of sick, but we
I
don't
think you
have
can play
real VR.
Cyberpunk 2077 in VR.
Mm,
But no, for the most part, no.
that sounds up your alley.
Yeah.
13, advanced personalized learning. Absolutely. Like we've totally done this. LLMs have basically solved personalized learning.
I mean, LLMs have. I don't know about the implementation. In school systems, definitely not.
Well, that's an implementation diffusion issue.
Yeah.
And
Engineer
then
the tools
engineer the tools of scientific discovery. Well,
thankfully,
Well,
this is
segue.
happening today.
segue. That's what Discovery Loop is trying to do. So what's the approach? Okay, that's it. The mission.
Thankfully, Science 2 just dropped.
Science 2
And it's
just
called
dropped.
Discovery Loop.
Our mission is straightforward. We are building AI solutions that can automatically solve important problems in ML, science, and engineering. By advancing the pace at which we conduct engineering and scientific discovery, we can bring the benefits of science and technology to the world much faster. Ultimately, our goal is to build AI systems that act as a deeply positive, empowering force for humanity, delivering technology solutions that improve people's lives on a global scale. So optimistic, so nice, so kind.
Look at them. It's
then
just
the
4
brain
unks
trust.
versus the world.
4 unks versus the world. So wow. Collectively, we represent 3 of the most cited researchers in AI and 2 of the most cited researchers in distributed systems. And I bet the overlapping one is Jeff Dean.
Yep, probably.
This dude is seriously giga cracked. You know, if you think the 21-year-old Stanford dropout YC founder is going to solve ML before, the unks with like 150 collective years of experience in the field, I have some bad news for you. Look at this. Look at this list. We've pioneered massive scale computing and led the creation of critical infra products and foundational AI advances that the world relies on, including all of Google's products.
Yep.
And a whole bunch of foundational advances in
chain of thought reasoning.
Yeah.
Our relative advantage is in our technical ability. It's the unprecedented scale of the systems we previously built. That's Claude, but it's okay. Imagine a future where a handful of people can conduct scientific research and engineering tasks much more rapidly and with higher quality than massive teams of scientists and engineers do today. By automating the loops of discovery, the world will be able to make much more rapid advances across countless fields of science.
Well, why would it be a handful of people rather than just one AI model?
I mean, I assume, again, it's like you need various domain experts and you need, at least in the short term, research directions to still be human provided. So, but yeah.
What are their careers?
I mean,
Join
this
us.
is
Open
interesting.
Whoa, holy aura. Open positions 1.
Member of technical staff.
Discovery Loop, Palo Alto, full-time, on-site. So
What's the salary?
does it even say? I don't think it says.
Should we apply?
We're leaving MTS to join Discovery Loop. No, we're not. We're not. We're hiring across a range of research and engineering roles, including post-training agents, infra, environments, data, and evaluations. Okay.
It'll likely be ML engineers, as they stated. That's their primary focus.
So it's a NeoLab.
It's a NeoLab.
Yep.
You can just say NeoLab. It's okay.
New
Be who
NeoLab
you
just
are.
dropped.
Yeah.
So how many NeoLabs have since spun out of Google DeepMind? There have been a lot.
So many. Probably more than any other company / lab.
I don't know. There have been a lot that have spun out of OpenAI. Like, for example, Anthropic spun out of OpenAI.
That's not a NeoLab.
It was.
Okay.
Thinking Machine spun out of OpenAI.
Yeah.
Safe Superintelligence spun out of OpenAI.
And then Humans and out of Anthropic.
Yeah.
So Humans and is like the granddaughter of OpenAI.
And OpenAI, it didn't spin out of Google DeepMind, but some of their
OpenAI,
a lot of their early hires were from there. And Elon built OpenAI basically as a counterweight to Google DeepMind. So you could say OpenAI was
is the first NeoLab.
Yeah. It's kind of like if you look at some of these academic AI people and you look at who their doctoral advisor was, sometimes you have entire sort of academic lineages where
the sort of company family trees here are just so interesting.
Yeah. Well,
everyone just orbits each other.
I'm asking chat how many NeoLabs have spun out of Google DeepMind. It's going to take a while to search it. So, introducing Discovery Loop, very exciting.
780 followers. What were we? Early.
Followed by Jeff Dean.
Nice.
We followed this thing before Jeff Dean.
44 followers, by the way.
We followed Discovery Loop before Jeff Dean and Oriel Vinyals did. So, Amazing. Wow.
Yeah.
Andrei Karpathy is private now, experimenting with private due to aggressive bot activity and stuff. Situation? I'm just kidding. People love Karpathy, man. Yeah, so off the top of my head, I can think of like recursive, I can think of ineffable intelligence, I can think of isomorphic labs, I can think of discovery loop.
Reflection?
No, reflection is a different thing.
It was just like a lot of DeepMind people.
Yeah. The weird thing is all of these labs have basically the same stated mission, which is like we're going to automate ML in order to automate science in order to save the world.
Pull up the picture of a Buzz Lightyear. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Hold on.
Hey, holy tweet steal.
I'm starting a new Neo lab in order to automate. All right, I'm starting a new Neo lab to automate ML in order, or to automate AI research in order to automate science.
Okay, you owe me one tweet now.
Shippable? I think so, right? Should I post?
Fine, but you're in tweet debt to me.
I've let you steal like 3 of my tweets.
No, you've let me steal like 1.
Okay, well your tweet debt is repaid.
No, what do you mean? You've already stolen at least one other one of my tweets.
I don't know about all that.
Okay, whatever.
Anyways, Tenebrous tweets on the situation. Demis is ousted as Deepmind CEO, and Jeff Dean and Sanjay are leaving Google to start a tilde Neo Lab. This is like one of the funniest instances of like rationalist dialect, rationalist vernacular, is the tilde means approximately, but since they're always hedging and caveating everything, they put the tilde in front of everything.
I love using the tilde. It's so fun.
I do like it.
I always hedge, okay? Never take a stance.
They're all being very careful to frame these as positive shifts. But there's no way in hell Demis would have accepted this willingly. And there's no way Sundar happily accepted Jeff doing this as a totally independent new PBC rather than a bet under Alphabet. Tough to see an interpretation other than Jeff losing confidence in working on AGI under Google. Very bad day for Alphabet overall.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason why so many Neolabs like spawn out of Google is just because like the institutional bloat is so real, and even if they're all sort of working on the same like mission or a host of issues, they're just tired of working at a big company. It's just like actually as simple as that. There's like too much bureaucracy, even if the people are very talented. Like
I don't know. Like Jeff Dean is the chief scientist of the company. You'd think he would be able to make things happen, right?
I don't know, man.
And if you're really AGI pilled, you would maybe believe that like a big lab would be like having a senior role at a big lab seems to me to be better than being the CEO of a Neo lab. Like, I would rather be the chief scientist of Google DeepMind than the founder of a new Neo lab.
I don't know about that. It's all about talent density and saturation.
So, Tenebrous used to work at Google. He just tweeted about this. So maybe he has some insight into the workings of the company that I don't. I don't know. Is it plausible that Demis would have stepped down as CEO of Google DeepMind willingly? Maybe. He's still the chief scientist of Google.
Yeah.
And he's still the chair of Google DeepMind, and he's going to be working on high-level AGI policy stuff, policy and future stuff, which sounds like something he would want to do anyway. Or is the idea that like there's no reorg needed and he could maintain the title of CEO while focusing on all this stuff and leave the day-to-day running of the company to other people?
Yeah, I mean, that sounds great. I think his stated mission is to work on isomorphic. Like, that's probably his number one priority. And he can like manage the board of directors and be like, do this, don't do that. But he definitely just wants to focus on life sciences AI, which is based, extremely based.
It is based. Let's see if there's any more discourse around the situation. Major restructuring at Gemini, Dean out, Hassabis no longer CEO. This story will be studied forever as the incumbent with all the advantages not being able to get going. P.S. OpenAI accomplished their original goal.
This is true. Their original goal was don't let Google achieve AGI.
Yep. So the rumor mill was saying this morning that Gemini 3.5 Pro would come out today. Will this still happen? I don't know. It'd be kind of a little bit of a Google takeover if they, if Jeff Dean is going to be out, and if Demis is going to have a major role change, and also they released Gemini 3.5 Pro. But 3.5 Pro is so long delayed, maybe it's about time anyway. Okay, Andrew Curran tweets, Demis Hassabis stepping down as CEO of Google DeepMind. Yep. Vinod Khosla Ventures is backing Discovery Loop.
Wow.
So, wow, when Vinod Khosla was at Kleiner Perkins in 1998, he backed Google. Wow, someone dunked on Milo Smith and got 116,000 likes. That's funny. Jeff Dean and Demis Hassabis are the two most important AI executives at Google. Jeff is leaving and Demis is stepping down from day-to-day operational leadership at DeepMind. Game over. I don't know about game over. Like, if there's anything we know about AI, it's that leads change and you can't ever count anyone out.
Trying to figure out what I'm going to tweet using this image.
Just put the text Weezer over it. That would be really funny. Just do that.
God damn it. That's kind of good.
Yeah, wait, I might steal that.
No, you just stole mine. Nope, no. Put it down. Put the keyboard down.
Pax Machina's first essay is live.
Whoa.
That's cool. We're going to be discussing Pax Machina with some of their founders later. More discourse. Okay. Zvi says, early read is Demis being, quote, kicked upstairs and allowed to work on his special projects. Special projects mentioned. Also, Jeff Dean is stepping away. I wonder if any of this is related to Google's decisions on the DOW contract. Presumably, this puts the final nail in the coffin of DeepMind has meaningful safety practices, assurances, or independence from the rest of Google. Most likely explanation is Gemini 3.5 sucks and the 4.0 pre-train is not going well.
Yep.
I don't know about that. Like, again, if your goal is to automate ML engineering, would you really rather start a NeoLab than do it at Google? I don't know. Would you really rather start a NeoLab than join OpenAI or Anthropic? I don't know. It kind of doesn't make much sense to me.
This is extremely random, but
okay, I'll give you the tweet.
Thanks. But like 3 years ago, I DM'd the person who had the Rokos Basilisk on Instagram, and I was like, "Yo, how much for the handle?" And he just hit me back, and he was like, "All right, I just changed it. It's yours." But I tried to like use it, and it was taken. So,
damn,
that's unfortunate.
Hero 1000 Faces says Jeff Dean leaving Google and Gorn breaking pseudonymity are 2 out of 7 seals of the apocalypse. Yeah. This is yeah. Every day in the Singularity we get crazy news that you wouldn't expect. Gorn breaking pseudonymity, retiring from writing in order to start an AI company.
Should I leave the Gemini watermark in here?
Yeah, it's funny.
I guess it kind of
fits.
Yeah, it's topical.
Watching my boyfriend desperately trying to fit Leopold Aschenbeffer to the beat of "We Didn't Start the Fire." Someone should make a parody of "We Didn't Start the Fire" for like.
You can do that.
I mean, this has already been done actually. It's like, have you seen this? It's like, here comes another bubble, and it's like, we didn't start the fire, but for AI. The first version of this was 18 years ago, and it was for like tech in the 2000s. This was 2007. And then someone made like a 2025 version of it for AI, but it's not like Twitter
At
discourse
PDKU,
stuff.
they were doing a bunch of like AI will kill us parodies.
Yeah.
Pretty funny.
And so there's a lot of corniness at PDKU. Yeah. The most
Hey, those
important
are some
employee at
homies,
Google
okay,
just
don't
quit.
hate.
Wall Street Journal.
I love when they use these like photos of Ilya. Go up.
If we ever started
Alright.
posting, if I were one of these kinds of accounts, I would like subtly gigachatify every single image that I post, like just enough to barely have people notice, is something different?
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so what else do we have today?
This is funny. Countries are the leader of the major nationalist party as someone from Japan/Japanese descent. This is actually true.
For such cases.
In Turkey, the guy was born in Japan because his father was like the Turkish ambassador.
Yeah.
And then Peru, Czechia.
Yeah.
What
By the
else
way,
do we have?
Peruvian Japanese fusion food is like some of the best out there. It's incredible.
It is. So we have other normal news today as
we
well. Jamie Dimon, the CEO of JP Morgan Chase, is leading a new cross-industry effort to tackle AI risks. Hey, what does that sound like? A cross-industry effort to tackle AI risk, kind of like FINRA, which is exactly what Demis Hassabis proposed for AI governance. So, JP Morgan Chase CEO Jamie Dimon.
I like some of the JP Morgan songs. What does he know about AI risk? Maybe he does. Who knows?
JP Morgan songs?
No, it's a reference to a meme. It's like
What's
I like some of the Gaga songs.
Oh.
Have you seen this? Like, it's Kanye. Yeah, I like some of the Gaga songs. What the fuck does she know about cameras?
Yeah. Let's see. What does Jamie Dimon know about AI risk? Perhaps not much, but what does he know about managing corporations? A hell of a lot.
Yep.
Dimon has personally reached out to CEOs of other large and major regional banks and IT companies to enlist them in the initiative. Jamie Dimon is just like an incredible like corporate figure. Like probably he has, the greatest network of like any CEO in terms of like who he is capable of talking to. He has done a remarkable job being like bipartisan. He's done a remarkable job like doing politics by finance person standards. He seems to have ambitions that are higher than just like being the CEO of a bank.
Right.
So the ACI, what is the ACI? The Alliance for Critical Infrastructure, is going to expand into a new initiative to address AI risks. So the ACI and Dimon, the outreach, which started in July, includes over 40 companies spanning financial services, energy, water, utilities, telecom, airlines, railroads, and other critical infrastructure industries. So not much software, more like, real American companies. Real American companies from Indiana.
Eagle sound effect. I need to have that as a sound effect. I have to add that to the soundboard. USA!
Fun fact.
Okay.
You want to know an info hazard? That's not what bald eagles sound like. That is.
I know, it's like
a sound. It's a red-tailed hawk.
Yeah, it's a hawk or something.
It's a red-tailed hawk.
Blah, blah,
Bald
blah.
eagles, like actual bald eagle sounds, are like, they're like chirps. It's weird. It's like you wouldn't expect like sounds like that to come from such a huge, majestic bird.
They estrogenize the birds.
Yeah.
Okay.
The initiative aims to develop a shared understanding of how AI is being used, the risks it poses, and the safeguards needed, and to work with the Trump admin on those issues. So like now is really the time for like AI policy to take off. It's happening. JP Morgan is a founding member of the ACI alongside MasterCard, Berkshire Hathaway Energy, and others. It was created to coordinate cross-sector resilience planning, share information, respond to critical infrastructure threats, including cyber risk.
Physical
So
and geopolitical risk.
that's a big deal.
Okay.
Cyber risk, like we are seeing this more and more often. I love the made with AI tag on this. Yep. The group aims to have the revamped ACI fully functional by year end. So what does this mean? What will this mean for the world? New cross-industry effort to tackle AI risks. It's possible that if companies can do a lot of this themselves, that it will weaken the case for top-down government AI regulation. It is generally
recent cyber attacks on water systems in Minnesota and other states have increased the need for more information sharing across industries. Do you know about this?
about what?
There was a cyber attack, like end of July,
Yes.
that targeted like 30 local water systems.
Yep.
Yeah.
By Iran.
This is very scary.
That is pretty scary.
Like this is like the host of incidents that we're gonna keep seeing that is just going to like, yeah. I mean, like the fact that Diamond is like talking about this, and he's talked about like Mythos risks as well. Like, and he's just a CEO of like a finance company. Like, we're gonna see probably a lot more CEOs in just a bunch of different like industries that are not necessarily AI start to probably call to regulate AI as well. Because they're scared about, the cybersecurity of their company and whatnot.
Yep.
But yeah. All right, what else do we have?
What
Should
else?
Should we head to the other side of the globe for some China news?
Always.
So ByteDance,
maybe we should literally head to the other side of the globe for some China news eventually, soonish.
ByteDance's founder rules out distillation on AI models. This
ByteDance, remember, is TikTok. Well,
woke
they
moralist.
make TikTok.
Woke moralist will not distill. Okay, he's taking a stance. ByteDance won't resort to distillation as a shortcut to advancing its AI model capabilities, even if that means the company lags behind domestic rivals for now. Aw, heartwarming.
That's so nice.
That's so wholesome. All right, the meeting on all hands for ByteDance's AI team, known as SEED, took place just after Moonshot AI's Kimi K3 model sparked alarms in the US. So I think this is just a signal to the US that they are, like, because obviously they have significant business interests in the US, that things are all good and that they're, like, not distilling from US companies, and there is peace.
There is peace. ByteDance's complicated history with the US government over TikTok. Remember, like, all the drama around that?
Yeah.
Where it was like Trump won way back in the day, was like, we should ban TikTok because it's controlled by China.
Yeah.
And then the Biden administration, like, made some progress toward that end. And then Trump 2 came in. He's like, actually, psych, we're not going to ban TikTok. Even though, like, there was some law that, like, required the divestiture of TikTok. And then the law's enforcement was kind of ignored. And then eventually, like, TikTok was partially sold to, like, a consortium of American investors.
Yeah, like Oracle, some private equity
Silver
company.
Lake.
Yeah.
Yeah. ByteDance, by the way, makes some of the best image and video models, which is unsurprising given how much video data they have. It is a little weird that their models are so much better than Google's video models, given that Google has a tremendous amount of video data, but possibly it's just because Google cares about copyright. So, like, you can, like, remake entire movie scenes with stuff like with ByteDance's models. You can't really do that with Google because copyright. Let's see.
ByteDance's reluctance to use distillation has been seen as a reason for why its large language models are trailing other AI labs in China, including Alibaba and DeepSeek, ZAI, and Moonshot.
Seedance 2.5 is out now.
I've not used it.
It's a good model. It's a good model, sir.
Yeah, the model ranks. So its latest LLM, Steed 2.1 Pro, ranks number 19 on Arena AI's coding leaderboard for web development.
This is Seedance 2.5.
Yeah.
It's like, it's a really good model. Like, we're seriously getting to the point with video models where it's like, I would just watch a TV show generated by this.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like you're just looking at slop. Obviously, okay.
Oh.
I was like, what's going on? Okay. This is more of a grok generation. You get cats dancing. Oh my god.
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, you still for the foreseeable future need like a human director, basically, in order to make sure that everything
Yeah, I mean, you have
looks
to like,
good.
yeah.
But
you have to cut scenes in a certain way.
like the model capability is there.
Yeah.
It's there. And so, you know, some kid in like anywhere in the world with visions about making movies can now just do it with Seedance.
Yep.
Oh yeah, this is
This is the basement. My favorite spot to relax and brainstorm.
voice is still a little off, but it's better than before. I give Seedance 2.5 a photo of me, a clip of me
that's so
talking, and a
insane.
couple pictures of our SF office. It cloned my voice and image to generate me
We
giving
should do
a
this
walkthrough.
with the MTS
One
studio.
of the best perks, the fully stocked kitchen with amazing snacks. And the
So Seedance is really good. ByteDance's latest LLM is not seen on artificial analysis. The model ranks number 19 on sponsor Arena AI's coding leaderboard for web dev. So let's see. Distillation has become a sensitive and highly controversial topic. Yup. Anthropic has accused many Chinese AI firms, DeepSeek, Moonshot, Minimax, ZAI, and Alibaba, but not ByteDance, of distillation. So more distillation drama. Yep. Sponsor mentioned.
All right. What do we have next?
Should we thank our sponsors?
Let's give some thanks.
Shout out to Arena, which we just talked about, measuring AI performance in the real world at arena.ai.
Shout out to Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents. Built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
Shout out to 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
And of course, Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more.
And of course, Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
And AdQuick, make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital at adquick.com.
And we'll be right back. Question mark?
No, we And we're back. Royal we for more state of the timeline. Jeff Dean has a whole thread actually with slides from his pitch deck for Discovery Loop, which is really interesting. We're going to be taking a look at that on the screen share. Wow, cool view. Our general approach is to automate the experimental loop. We think this approach is broadly applicable across many different fields of science and engineering. I don't know what this means. Basically, they believe that science is something that you can do across a number of different fields. There's a broadly applicable approach. So common cycle in many disciplines. The universal loop of science and engineering is propose the experiment, implement and run the experiment, and then evaluate, and then start again. Our approach is to automate the loop. Yep, big if true. Our approach applies across virtually every domain of science and engineering, including a majority of the 14 U.S. National Academy of Engineering Grand Challenge problems. Why majority? Why would it not work for all of them? Seems like it should work for all of them. We talked about this in the last segment. We have already made a lot of progress just in the last 20 years on many of these challenges, but many of these challenges, like reverse engineering the brain, for example, enhancing virtual reality, engineering the tools of scientific discovery, and providing energy for fusion, for example, we've made very little progress on. We created a pitch deck to tell a handful of VC firms about us and what we were up to, a fun experience. Here's a few slides about our background and some of the things we worked on from the pitch deck. We're delighted to have selected Radical VC Fund, Radical Ventures, never even heard of these guys, and Khosla Ventures to lead our initial funding round, along with participation from Lightspeed, Kleiner Perkins, John Doerr's Door Capital, and Google. So Google is going to be backing Discovery Loop in the same way that Google backed Isomorphic Labs. We'll be working with them to close our seed round over the next few weeks. Let's place our bets on what the seed round will be, like $1 billion, something like that. So some of their slides, the co-founders, Jeff Dean, Sanjay Gamawat, Kwok Le, and Oriol Vignoles. We've been involved in creation of the following. Just a tremendous list of products, infrastructure, AI research, and AI applications. Some highlights in here, chinchilla scaling laws, which were some of the first papers to prove that neural network scaling laws exist, that you can get a predictable increase in capabilities by increasing compute in the pre-training of the model. Mixture of experts, for example, is another really useful AI innovation where rather than having like every neuron in the neural network activated, you only activate specific experts depending on the query. Or TensorFlow, for example, or TPUs. You know, TPUs are like Google's chips that they now use for all kinds of training and inference. AI applications, AlphaFold. We all know about AlphaFold. You know, it won a Nobel Prize for Demis Hassabis and John Jumper. And neural weather forecasting. Like, weather forecasting is a really, really hard thing to do because of the amount of like chaos that goes into it. You know, think about how hard it would be to like actually simulate a cloud with all the particles in it. And now think about doing that at the scale of like a continent. It's really hard. Our immediate order of business is to find office space and hire an amazing founding team over the next few weeks. That's so funny, you know, you raise like gazillions of dollars and in the Bay Area, it's still pretty hard to find office space. One more fun slide from our pitch deck. That's interesting. This is Ilya Sutskever, I think. Work and fun in London, Patagonia, Vietnam, and California. Congrats, you could have just had one slide with your names and that's it. The team seems a bit young and inexperienced, but I bet your enthusiasm can bridge that gap nicely. Yeah, they are not inexperienced. So, very exciting. Discovery Loop. We have some more news. Anthropic is building an in-house chip team for Claude. This is a Business Insider exclusive, so I might get paywalled here. Logging in to get around the paywall. Oh my god, it's still paywalling me. All right, I'm going to pull an archive link. There we go. Anthropic is building a team to design its own in-house AI chips as it faces surging demand for its models. Yup, demand always goes up with AI. The AI startup, it's really funny that they still call Anthropic a startup. Like, at what point do you stop being a startup? No one calls Google a startup. It was once, but now it is no longer. But Anthropic is like worth $1 trillion. Is it still a startup then? According to a job listing and a company statement. An Anthropic spokesperson told Business Insider that the company is building an in-house silicon team to design custom chips for Claude. They added that Anthropic would co-design hardware and models, allowing Claude to run faster and more efficiently at the scale our customers need. So Google already does this, for example. Google has TPUs, tensor processing units, that are used for training and running inference on Google's own AI models. They're designed in collaboration with Gemini models so that they work better together. It also allows them to not spend huge amounts of money on high margin chips from other people like NVIDIA, for example. The problem is they can't scale. They can't scale to the same level as NVIDIA, at least not immediately. The spokesperson said Anthropic has taken and will continue to take a multi-chip approach in which hardware from AWS, Google, NVIDIA, and AMD will remain central to the AI lab scaling efforts. Yeah, I mean, they have to. Like, they can't possibly do everything with just Anthropic chips. They can't scale enough. The engineer position lists a salary range of $320 to $485K. This is presumably base and not total comp. So OpenAI has released its own purpose-built chip, dubbed Jalapeno. Mistral is working on building its own as well. So what does this mean if Anthropic builds in-house chips for Claude? Maybe this is something of a threat to NVIDIA's business if NVIDIA no longer has a basically monopoly on the design of chips that are used in frontier AI. So we'll see how this develops over time. I think we have a situation. Major hedge funds targeted in wave of attempted cyber attacks. I think this one just came out recently, like 20 minutes ago. So hackers launched a wave of sophisticated attacks on Wall Street firms in recent days, targeting information systems. Point72 Asset Management, which is Steve Cohen's firm, informed investors on Wednesday that today, that it had been attacked, though the hedge fund's initial indications were that no client information was stolen. So obviously hedge funds have a tremendous amount of extremely valuable non-public information, ranging from, the LPs in the hedge fund, the investors in the hedge fund and who they are, all the way to like the hedge fund's internal research, whatever alpha they have. And if you lose your alpha in the markets, then you can no longer make money. So it is absolutely imperative for hedge funds to protect their information. Attackers also attempted to infiltrate the info systems at 2 Sigma and Citadel, as well as several private equity firms. The attack featured voice phishing. So seems like probably not like an directly AI-assisted cyber attack. It's more of a social engineering thing, but presumably, AI was used in voice phishing. It's really funny. Up until very recently, Charles Schwab used to have this thing where you could sign into your Schwab account over the phone via voice, which is like hilariously insecure. Like, I have no idea how that was ever allowed. They would call you, they'd be like, at Schwab, your voice is your password. Really silly. I don't get it. 2 Sigma said it thwarted the attempt to access sensitive data. Point72 and Citadel declined to comment. They say basically AI has increased the attack surface of what cyber attacks can do, including social engineering. Before they could attack 50 entities in a target attack, now they can do 1,000, right? It's pretty easy to do if you have just like voice phishing. All you need is like a model that can replicate a human's voice, and then you can just replicate it quite easily, and you can attack 1,000 people that way. You can have a script that's like slightly adaptive. You can have LLMs adapt the script for you. Hackers can also listen into a phone call and mimic the voice tone and phrasings of the speakers to create fake calls. Yeah, you can create a clone of a voice with a few seconds of audio. Spokesperson for FINRA, the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority, declined comment. For decades, the financial industry had gotten away with lax software practices because the skill and knowledge to execute attacks was specialized and rare. But now it's no longer going to be specialized and rare. The good news is AI can defend as well. So that's great. So Samsung and SK Hynix are testing Chinese chip tools as a hedge against US risks. Samsung and Hynix are evaluating chip-making equipment from China's advanced microfabrication equipment for possible use at their Chinese factories, as the South Korean firms hedge against the risk of tighter US export controls. So in other words, if the US decides that it doesn't want to release chip-making equipment to non-American companies, that could include Samsung and SK Hynix, even though South Korea is a US ally. The memory chip makers began testing AMEC etching equipment about 2 years ago, when uncertainty was mounting over whether Washington would continue allowing them to import US chip-making tools into China. So it would be especially bad for these companies if, they have plants in China. They are not able to bring in advanced American manufacturing equipment if the US were to ban the import of such equipment into China. So actually never heard of advanced microfabrication equipment, AMEC, a partially state-owned, publicly listed Chinese company that manufactures semiconductor chip production equipment. Oh, it's this guy works at Applied Materials and Lam Research. These are big semiconductor manufacturers. Wow. The founder of this, Gerald Yin, was a U.S. citizen and renounced his U.S. citizenship in order to become a Chinese national. Interesting. So let's see. It's a publicly traded company. Its market cap is 304 billion yen, which is $45 billion, which sounds kind of small for a semi company. Obviously, it's done quite well over the last year, as all semi companies have. It's done very well since 2019, as all semi companies have. Samsung and SK Hynix said that it had not tested AMEC for use at its China factory. But Reuters says that they are evaluating it for possible use, whatever that means. All sources decline to be identified. Okay, so Samsung and SK Hynix's Chinese factories are validated end users, so they can import export-controlled U.S. equipment without obtaining individual licenses. Their authorization has been revoked, but they have an annual license, but their annual license could, in theory, be revoked in the future. So stamp of approval. Chinese tools can cost 20 to 30% less than comparable equipment from established foreign suppliers. AMEC equipment is already used by leading Chinese chip makers, including YMTC, which is China's second largest producer of memory after our favorite company, CXMT. Yep. So Korean semi companies could potentially use Chinese equipment. Derek Thompson has posted about a new study on AI and loneliness. A large pre-registered experiment of French adults assigned one group to have daily personal conversations with AI. Compared to a control group, they experienced more subjective loneliness, a decline in life satisfaction, a rise in depressive affect and objective isolation, and more dinners alone. So, let's take a look at this study itself. Screenshot, I'm going to ask chat, find the actual study and summarize the results. So while it's off doing that, I'm going to speculate on reasons for why this happened. More subjective loneliness, decline in life satisfaction, rise in depressive affect and objective isolation, and more dinners alone. It's possible that the AI is basically just crowding out time that they would have spent with real people. And obviously it can't replace interacting with real people. So if you interact with only AI and you're not talking to people in the real world, absolutely, I could imagine these things becoming quite bad. However, like if you do have a robust social life and you are conversing with AI in a more limited capacity as an advisor of some kind rather than as like a friend who you hang out with, I think it would probably be good for a lot of people. It entirely depends on how you use it. ChatGPT is currently looking at the actual study and summarizing the results. So let's look at the comments. At Grok, is this true? Yeah. Moderation's key. Replacing human interaction with non-human interaction produces loneliness? Yeah. You can't use the French as a control. Pre-registered. Curious what an RCT would look like. So it's not a randomized control trial. Although it's kind of hard to do an RCT for this because like you can't do a placebo. Like you will know if you're talking to a human or an AI. So they recruited French adults through an online survey panel and randomized them individually. It was 12,356 people, so about 6,000 each, treatment and control. It was an encouragement experiment, not a test in which everyone actually chatted daily. Assignment increased personal AI conversation days by about 5.8 days over the month, while the control group median was already 3 days. So it wasn't talking to AI versus not talking to AI. It was talking to AI 3 days a week versus 6 days a week, or 3 days a month versus 6 days a month. The effects are quite small. This is the largest effect. Loneliness increased 0.17 points on 0 to 10 scale. Life satisfaction went down 0.05 points. Depression went up 0.08. Happiness went down 0.02. Dinners alone increased. Yeah, these are like tiny findings. This seems kind of like a nothing burger. These are very modest effects. The biggest difference was just loneliness. And it seems like obvious that if you're not hanging out with people and you're only talking to AI, then your loneliness will go up. But this does not imply that just talking to AI by itself makes you lonely if it's not crowding out other interaction with real people. Let's look at some more discourse. This was a good tweet. Hot take. Isn't it kind of crazy that nobody is really using AI agents? I don't mean software engineers or AI early adopters. I mean college friends talking about it in group chat, the feeling you got when everyone started using Instagram or TikTok. These frontier models are insane, and every large tech co has an AI agents platform, not to mention all the YC startups doing vertical agents. Yet all of your friends and family who spend all day staring at their iPhones and get paid to work in browser tabs don't really care or find themselves using any AI agents yet. Chatbots are extremely popular, but people aren't using them right. Look, I'm not saying the ChatGPT moment for AI agents isn't coming. It most definitely is. But that's my point. It's so surprising it hasn't happened yet because all the tech you need is there. For all the press and money and hype and models and crazy ARR numbers, this AI agent moment does not feel like the other breakthrough tech moments we've lived through. E.g., think the shift to stories via Snapchat and Instagram, or on demand via Uber, Airbnb, and DoorDash. So basically, why do most people not care about AI agents yet? I think it's just because they're not that good at what people would want them to do. Like, you know, I use AI constantly. I have used AI constantly, like all day, every day since 2022. I use agents sometimes, but not all of the time. It's like, what is a thing that I would use it for? If I have like sort of white collar work tasks, I often find, I find it helpful to have my agents go off and do research. I don't find it that helpful for them to complete tasks because then I have to look over what it's doing and make sure that it's actually good. I actually don't think that agents are that useful for most people yet. And if they were, people would use them more. Like there's some AI applications that are clearly useful because people are constantly using AI for it. Like for example, checking your grammar, proofreading your emails, doing web search. These basically models are pretty superhuman at that. Maybe they're not literally superhuman at proofreading an email, but it's much, much, much faster than asking a human to do it. And also there's some kind of barrier to entry, especially with OpenClaw, for example. People are like, why isn't my grandma using OpenClaw? Because you have to go on GitHub and download this software and then set it up manually. And then what is grandma going to do with OpenClaw? Silly. I always found the whole OpenClaw psychosis moment to be kind of silly. It wasn't that good. It wasn't that useful. Now it's going to be more useful because the models themselves are better and because the setup is easier. All you need to do is download the ChatGPT desktop app or the Claude desktop app. But the models need to get better in order for people to actually feel as though they are missing out if they're not using them. So, comments. People don't adopt tech because of capability. They adopt it because of how it changes behavior. Instagram became how I share my life. Uber became how I get around. ChatGPT became how I ask questions. Most agents haven't found their how I moment yet. Yeah, I mean, one area where you really see AI agents taking off is writing code. Why is that? Because it totally changes people's behavior. AI agents have become, for most people, how they write code. It's become how I write code. I don't write code by hand anymore. Because they're extremely useful. There's basically no way to compete with someone who is using coding agents if you're not. You'll just be much slower. I think it's about the complexity to get it set up in distribution. For the masses, they would never go through the hassle of setting up an OpenClaw. Right. I question the actual need for personal AI agents. They feel like the next evolution of personal CRM tools, and that horse have already been tried and beaten into baloney. Personal CRM tools, I don't think people need that. The only personal CRM that most people use is their contacts on their phone. Agents don't really work today. Town sucks. So do most other agents out there as they get context wrong, can't really operate a browser, still struggle with basic UI capabilities. They are increasingly able to operate browsers, in fairness. Word Grammar says, because tech industry can't design a good product, it's just a skill issue. I don't think it's the product. I think it's the model. I think the product is actually basically fine. Josh Ellman, this is why I'm so excited about the next year. We are on the cusp. I agree. My guess is it's because it's not that fun. AI agents are tools. Their main purpose is work. Instagram or stories, as you said, are fun things to use. They feel like a toy. AI agents help you do work. Most people don't want to use the latest and greatest. If you're not that much into tech, it's hard to care about tools for work. I think if your goal is to do consumer AI agent products, that's hard. If your goal is to do enterprise AI agent products, then people will care about better tools for work, especially enterprises. Like enterprises spend lots and lots of money on software that makes them more productive. And they will do the same for AI agents, and increasingly they already are. Conejo Capital. The error here is Cincy models and harnesses are here and ready. They are actually not. No one outside of tech has literally a single good reason to use an AI agent that is not an already reskinned, hyper-specialized tool for their practice, like Suno and Higgsfield. Regular consumers don't want a text-based interface or an agent. We are still within the era of apps, and maybe that is the desired UX for most people. Basically true. Good comment from Conejo Capital. So why don't people use AI agents? I think it's mostly because the model is not good enough yet in order to really be able to do use cases that people want them to do. All right, well, it's our state of the timeline. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. We are live with Ernie Tedeschi, who is the chief economist at Stripe, former director of econ at the Budget Lab, former chief economist at the White House. And he writes the really, really good Stripe econ blog at stripeeconomics.com. So Ernie, welcome to MTS.
Thanks for having me over again.
Absolutely. So you just wrote an article a week or two ago called AI and Productivity, the story in the data so far, where you talk about micro productivity is increasing a little bit, macro productivity is increasing now. Could you summarize the findings of this article for the audience?
Yeah, like it's sort of a reverse mystery where most things start out as a mystery and you try to answer the question. This starts out as something that doesn't seem like a mystery at first, but then becomes more of a mystery when you dig further in. We have increasing research that at the task level, at the worker level, we're seeing explosive task level productivity gains from AI. We also at the same time are seeing a surge in aggregate productivity when we look at, say, the entire business sector in the United States. That's really strong. So it just seems like, okay, well, one must just be like an aggregation of the other, right? Like aggregate productivity is a reflection of all of the individual worker and task AI gains that people are seeing. But that's probably not what we're seeing, because the sort of things that we would expect to see if that's true are not showing up. When you look at industry level productivity, it's not correlated with AI adoption, especially if you control for how industries were doing pre-pandemic. The other thing is that economists have a whole measure called total factor productivity that is meant to capture sort of peer efficiency and productivity gains from technology that we would expect to be surging as well, if AI were driving this aggregate productivity gain that we've seen. And instead, total factor productivity has been weak or even zero, which is the opposite of what we would expect. So the bottom line is that what we think is actually driving aggregate productivity, it is still AI related potentially, but a little bit differently. It's probably firms that are utilizing more of their existing capital infrastructure. So they're running GPU cycles more on their existing chips. They're keeping factories open longer. They're like trying to extend what they have already. And that's probably because, there's just so much AI demand that one way of accommodating that is through new CapEx, but another way of doing that is doing more with what you already have. And it's that latter part that's showing up in productivity right now.
Interesting. So why do you think there's such a divergence between labor productivity and total factor productivity?
Yeah, so we talk about this a little bit in the article. There's this sort of sub literature that's coming out that I think really helps bridge these two claims. This new line of work is saying yes, there are task level productivity gains, but it's the next level beyond that, the next layer of management that is the friction right now. So you can write faster, you can generate an image faster, you can do coding faster, but then it still has to go through human review. The firm itself hasn't reorganized to unlock the gains of AI. You can think of it as the difference between the inner ring and the outer ring of task management. And so even though you see often explosive task level productivity gains, that those haven't always translated yet into higher revenue, higher output at the firm or sectoral level. And that in a way is unsurprising. The technology itself is not enough to sort of unlock the growth and productivity potential. You have to reorganize the economy and the firm around it to truly get the potential. And that's been true of all technological shocks in human history.
Yeah.
Well, it seems naively like AI would require less organization. If what it does is it increases task level productivity, and it seems very, very easy to diffuse. Any employee can start using AI just by buying a subscription, and if it helps improve their micro level task productivity, shouldn't that improve the aggregate output of the organization?
I think eventually it could. What we say at the very end of this piece is look, we don't view this as pessimistic on AI. I think it's just more of sort of a spot check of where we are in the technological cycle, which is that the first challenge was sort of, increasing task level productivity. And now the next phase of AI is going to be alleviating those downstream frictions. And I think that you're right to point out that like what's interesting about AI is that AI can help with both, right? Like it's already proven that it can help with the task itself. It can probably also help with the management and the review and sort of the human level frictions that are further down the line. It just hasn't been wielded as much yet, but I'm frankly pretty optimistic that it can help a lot with that as well. The literature that I mentioned at the very beginning about all of these task level productivity gains that we've been seeing, this is academic research. It's based on older generations of models, which to me is like even more optimistic on AI because presumably the latest generations of models would have an even stronger effect, right, on task level productivity gains and hopefully eventually organizational management productivity gains as well.
Yeah. So something interesting that's part of this blog is that you said the sectors with high AI adoption were already the ones that you'd already expect stronger productivity growth from
right
pre-pandemic, right? So is this true? Like, is this kind of a narrative violation of like AI is increasing productivity? And also, is there like a chance that it's just certain firms within these industries that are capturing like all of the AI gains? Like there's just, one extremely AI integrated real estate company, and then it has an outsized impact on productivity as opposed to the rest of the sector.
Yeah, so I agree that it's very, I would love to dig into the distribution of these productivity gains more. Productivity data, as you might imagine, is like once you get beyond aggregates, it's very hard to measure the same way across firms, to measure reliably. But you raise an excellent point that like there could be, differences among different firms, and this could be driven by, the 99th percentile or the 90th percentile of AI adopters in some way. I still stand by, and I think we have to take seriously the findings that AI is having effect at the individual level. I mean, look, like I've lived that in my job. Like I am much more productive as a result of AI. You can't convince me otherwise, right? It could, and one other thing to keep in mind here is that like that is, controlling for the sectors that were high productivity before the pandemic, right, is an asterisk in all of this and something we have to keep in mind. But look, it may just be that, the most productive sectors in 2019, including things like tech, were the ones that were the most motivated and the best positioned to adopt AI later on. So there could still be sort of a relationship between those sectors happening now. We put that in as a caveat to be like, let's not jump to conclusions right yet. It's still very early in the AI cycle. Let's remember, and productivity is such a noisy and incomplete measure.
Yeah, totally.
What would it take for you to say that a given productivity speed up would be clearly attributable to just like AI making companies fundamentally more productive?
Yeah, it's a great question. So one, I think we need to see adoption higher than it is right now. So this is also really tough to measure. We know that in tech sectors, it's unsurprisingly very high. In certain data subsectors, it's 70% or higher. But when you look at the overall economy, it's closer to 20-25%, according to self-reported census data. Look, like it's gone up a lot over the last year or two, obviously. But that's still just one corner of the aggregate economy. So I want to see continued gains in adoption across the entire economy, not just the sectors that we largely associate with, AI coding tools. And the second thing is that, and this is not a satisfactory answer for a lot of business listeners because they want real-time data and the best, most reliable things that we can see. But like when it comes to the public data on productivity, we really just do need to wait sometimes for the data to catch up with what's happening on the ground. And look, like there's the famous Robert Solow quote from 1987. He said, "God, you can see computers everywhere except in the productivity statistics." And he was right. He was just like 6 or 7 years too early because once we got to 1994, 1995, we did see finally a surge in productivity that software companies and computer users had been feeling was going to come for a while now at that point.
Yeah. Can you also explain this notion of capital utilization versus capital deepening, which I think was an important point?
Yeah, sure, exactly. So the idea here is just that aggregate productivity can rise because you hire better workers, more educated, more skilled workers. It can rise because you buy a lot more equipment and have capital expenditures, and those are very important factors. But that is not micro productivity, right? That is not like a technology making you more efficient at the task level. You're seeing higher aggregate productivity because businesses are expanding the capacity that they have. So what total factor productivity, this efficiency measure I mentioned earlier, tries to do is filter out those those capacity drivers of productivity. So it's taking out capital deepening, and it's taking out labor quality, and it's saying, okay, anything that's left should be just like pure efficiency gain. And it's tough because you have to estimate this. So look, with aggregate productivity data, we need to take it with a bit of a grain of salt because it can get revised. With this total factor productivity data, we need 2 grains of salt because we can't directly observe it. We have to estimate it from economic models. But there are a lot of smart economists that think about this and dig into it deeply. And so I think that there is signal in seeing, weak total factor productivity gains, which again is totally contrary to what we would expect if this were micro productivity driving this.
Yeah. How does higher utilization manifest in white collar work? If you are at an accounting company or something, what does higher utilization look like? It's not like you can just overclock your server racks or something.
Yeah. And one confusion that people often, including myself, often have is is higher utilization overtime? Well, remember, this is productivity. We're looking at on a per hour basis. So we're sort of directly and indirectly already adjusting for workers working more. What I think it means for our purposes is I'm an AI company with an LLM, and there is, there's a certain amount of GPU time that I have dedicated to my users. I'm going to up that capacity and I'm going to run them hotter for longer rather than, or in addition to expanding the capacity that I have. I have a semiconductor factory, and rather than expanding to a brand new plant, I am going to use the factory that I have more. And again, these are real things. I'm not arguing that these are fake things by any means. These are real things that are legitimately captured in aggregate productivity statistics. I just want to make the distinction that when you're running GPUs hotter and more, that's not technological micro productivity gains. That's just you using more of what you already have.
Right. Yeah. Has there been any work done to try to project, taking into account that the models are only going to improve, what the micro productivity gains might be? This is the worst that the models will ever be, basically. And these are the numbers that we have now.
Yeah, it's like a Simpsons meme. This is the worst the models are for the rest of your life, right? They're only going to get better from here. We've been sort of thinking internally about AI productivity gains, and I think that we definitely see productivity gains from newer models internally here. I think that there's been attempts by others who, what I've noticed in the academic field, interestingly enough, is that the sort of time to publish for new research here has shortened considerably. Maybe they're using AI to help write their papers. I don't know. But I think what's really motivating it is it is so fast moving that in order to be relevant, any academic research now just has to be so high frequency, so much higher frequency than it used to be.
So, switching gears a little bit to a different topic, what are your thoughts on the potential for like explosive economic growth from very capable AI in the near future?
Yeah, so if I had to sort of put pencil in sort of what my expectations are, I would expect something on the order of what we saw from the dot-com boom from AI. I think that is a good model for what we're seeing here. So so to remind readers, we saw roughly 1 to 2 extra percentage points every year of productivity growth from the dot-com boom that lasted about 10 years finally. And, that 1 to 2 percentage points may not sound like a lot to a normal person. If you're a macroeconomist like me, that can be the difference between a rich country and like, not a poor country, but like a sort of like upper middle income country over time. That is quite strong growth. And look, like, I think that the preliminary evidence that we've seen on how these models are performing at the task level is consistent with that over time. The reason why I wouldn't go higher than that right now is I'm not sure what the, I'm not sure. I think that there's a ceiling on adoption in our economy. Realistically, I think that there's always going to be some amount of human-driven economic activity and growth, right? So we're probably not going to see 100% AI adoption over time. I think it's just also interesting to think about the returns to intelligence as well. There's a lot of potential for ways of using intelligence to create new products and do new things. At some point, though, right, like if you're using AI to examine the data out there, there's a finite amount of data out there and a finite number of insights to glean from them. And so, look, the singularity would be fascinating. I would love to be wrong in that direction, right? Like the singularity, just like creating abundance and wealth for all, and that would be great. And I would happily admit that I'm wrong. I think more realistically, though, like what we're going to see, given the sort of adoption frictions and the frictions on returns to data, is something that, look, I'm optimistic will be quite strong, but very much in line with prior technological shocks that we've seen in history, the dot-com boom, the rise of electricity in the United States, that sort of thing.
There was a really good tweet recently by, I believe, Ryan Greenblatt. Yeah, I just found it. An economist and a futurist walk into a bar. And, the economist says, if only people understood basic econ, high-skilled immigration alone would do wonders for growth. The futurist says, okay, what if 100 million immigrants move to the US, each matching the best human experts in every economically relevant field? Big deal?
Right.
And then the economist is like, yeah, that'd be amazing. And then the futurist is like, well, what if they also worked longer hours and faster and were extremely frugal? And, the economist is like, okay, that would be incredible for growth. And the futurist says, what if their skin was gray, almost metallic from some kind of accident? Economist, who cares? Futurist, what if they were AIs? And then the economist says, 3% growth per year tops. There'd be bottlenecks. Honestly, the people predicting explosive growth from AI should learn some economics. So, how comparable do you think advanced AIs are in terms of growth to like very high skilled and frugal and intelligent and hardworking immigrants?
I mean, on certain tasks, I think that AI can do certain tasks at the same level or better than human beings can. Absolutely. There is no question about that. And I don't need an economic study to tell that. Like I said before, like my personal experience with AI, right? And the very fact that I use AI now on a daily basis, I think suggests that there are certain things where it's just like, there is no reason for me to do this myself or have someone on my team do it. Like AI should be doing this because it is reliable enough and certainly much, much faster. What I think we forget though, is that like there is more to the day of a typical worker than just working on individual tasks like this that are so easily replaceable by AI, right? And it's not just a matter of like, oh, there are harder problems out there for AI to solve. There are frictions that are frictions not because of the hurdles, the technological hurdles, but because of the trust issues involved. You are not going to ever, people I think are going to struggle to give certain types of personal information to an agent always, right? Because there is a trust issue there. Even, well-performing secure agents over time. There's just, there's also just a lot of it should not be underrated how much you can get from human relationships, both in not just in terms of like task completion, but also the ideas that you generate that are outside the box and creative, and also just like the sort of like enjoyable part of everyday life is working with human colleagues, right? And so all of which is to say, like that sort of relational and trust-based sort of difference that I think will always be persistent in the difference between AI and human workers, I think is like another sort of ceiling in sort of the adoption and the growth potential of AI over time.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we do get explosive economic growth. That would be pretty awesome. Yep. Thanks so much, Ernie, for coming on MTS.
Thanks so much, Ernie.
Anytime. Thanks for having me.
Always great talking to you. And we'll be right back with MTS.
All right, we are back. We are live with 3 guests this time. We have Oliver Klingefjord, Joe Edelman, and Ryan Lowe, who are researchers at the Meaning Alignment Institute. Joe is co-lead at the Meaning Alignment Institute. And yesterday, they just announced a new project, which we talked about on MTS, called Pax Machina, which is a new publication to talk about which institutions we'll need for a world with powerful AI. It has a lot of really cracked people involved. Dean Ball from OpenAI, Sam Hammond from FAI, Saffron Huang from Anthropic, Seb Creer from Google DeepMind. And generally, we're really excited for this publication to take off.
Like this sort of publication or something aimed at this. So we're super excited.
Long overdue. So Oliver, Joe, Ryan, welcome to MTS.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
First of all, tell us a little bit about the Meaning Alignment Institute. What do you guys do there?
We work. So we've had a few different focuses, but our main focus right now is AGI institutions. So the same focus as the publication. But in general, we see a chance to align societal systems, markets, voting systems, model behavior, lots of different kinds of systems on more explicit models of norms and values. So the idea is to create some kind of shared sense of what AIs and humans are working with or working for, what we're about. Kind of like the law structures human cooperation to some extent, or like mission statements structure, nonprofits or corporations, finding explicit ways that we can capture our norms and values and then orient around what's meaningful to us.
Yeah. So this is a very like interdisciplinary effort, I guess. Like, where are you guys where are you guys sort of taking inspiration from, or what kinds of experts do you think would contribute to Pax Machina? Like, I imagine there's a lot of people, a lot of, economists, possibly just like thinkers in AI. Who are you guys looking forward to collaborating with?
Yeah, I mean, so we already have like a very diverse crew. We have about 100 researchers that we've been gathering for workshops, conferences, things like that will also contribute to Pax Machina. And of course, many more are showing up because of our announcement yesterday, which is great. We're discovering many new people to work with. But the group already includes economists, and more specifically like mechanism designers, or market designers, but also philosophers that work with norms and values, cognitive scientists that work with values-based or normative reasoning or values-based choice, people that do model training, but like based on those things, so constitutional AI kinds of people, and other kinds of fine-tuning pipeline folks, and then people from law, people, policy kinds of people, political theorists. That's some of the range. Did I forget some, Ryan?
Yeah, legal scholars, law, computer science. Yeah.
Why do you think this field is like so underdiscussed still? Like I get it in 2023, like we just gotten the first like actually good models and only a few people saw what was coming. But now it's 3 years later, we have like models that are seriously capable. We have models that are starting to cause like damage in the real world. And it seems like, of the people involved in policy in general, a tiny fraction are involved in AI policy. And of those, the vast majority are focused on like near-term impacts. There's almost nobody thinking about serious long-term policy for AI still. Why is that?
I'll tell part of the story. I'm interested in what my colleagues would say. But part of the story is that I think the whole AI alignment and AI safety apparatus was pointed kind of the wrong way until about 2023. It was pointed towards kind of singleton AIs instead of many fleets of agents, and it was also pointed towards this. There was these utilitarians that were kind of in charge before then, Bostrom, Yudkowsky, and a set of nonprofits I don't know, I forget what it was called before, but Forethought, but before it was called Forethought. Will McCaskill's org. Like I said,
think it was
nonprofits, they were very
still Forethought,
influenced.
but it was like Forethought Institute before Forethought Research.
There were a lot of people that were kind of pointed a little bit the wrong direction because they were kind of imagining that something would wake up. They were worrying a lot about control, containment. They were not the most sophisticated social science thinkers at the time. So they were more kind of thinking about, an individual model and less about interactions in society, less about larger structures of incentives and things like that. And I think that started to change around 2023. But there's this kind of overhang of skill and diffusion or whatever, where some of the wrong people were recruited. So that group, for instance, did a great job of recruiting interpretability people. They were good at improving at recruiting mathematicians, training people up, giving them those skills, but not so good at recruiting the kinds of social scientists and philosophers that we work with.
Yeah. So if you guys sort of like succeed in your mission, who would be reading Pax Machina, and who would actually what changes would you see in institutions? Are you guys, scoping institutions in the US or worldwide or both?
The rationalists call this theory of change.
Sure. Definitely worldwide. In fact, I think every different, so we have this grid, I don't know if you've seen it, at agi-institutions.org.
Oh,
we
yeah.
have a grid of some of the. Okay, cool. So some of those things, they're going to be easy to try in different places. Some of those things need to be government policies, and then they're probably going to happen first in the most nimble places, like in countries that make policy very quickly and that are more experimental with their policies. Some of them are things that can just occur anywhere, or they'll be led by the labs, which means they might happen in the US first. So it really varies, and often something will be proven in one place, but then actually be very important in another. So that's part of the answer. Ryan, maybe you want to take on the other part of the question.
Ryan, the other part.
Who should read us?
Oh yeah. Well, I think it's kind of like tying back to your other question. I think a lot of the people who are most relevant to work on this previously haven't been super, you call it, say, AGI pilled. And I know, Theo, you had an essay on this today. Like a lot of the people with the kind of expertise, in political philosophy, mechanism design, were kind of like focused. Like there's a way that when you do research in a certain area, you can kind of like narrow in your focus on like publishing papers in a certain domain. And like there's kind of like a kind of culture that forms. And you kind of need to like expand your view to kind of take into account the scale of like ambition of this project that we're all undertaking, right? Which is like really starting to see the implications of the AI systems, the agents that we're seeing, and then being, like taking a few steps further and being like, okay, what do we do with that? And I think more and more of those people, as in the coming years, will kind of come around to this as being a really important project. And so we're hoping that like many more people join up.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. The most AGI pilled politicians are what I would call level 2.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think that'll change quickly.
We'll see.
We definitely hope so. I think that I said this yesterday, but some of the people who actually have been thinking about like, new institutions from the ground up are actually a lot of people in the crypto adjacent space, and people thinking about things like network states, things like that. And then also I think there's like a lot of alpha and different like science fiction pieces and writers. So how are you guys thinking about all of these like very like disparate fields, and were the crypto people onto something, basically, is what I'm asking.
I don't really understand why they weren't, but they seem to have really failed to make something that worked outside of finance. And it's probably like the biggest like for instance, the Harvard Mechanism Design Department is like 6 people, but they made systems for auctioning spectrum with the FCC. They made systems for assigning like medical students to different med schools. They made systems for allocating kids to schools with school choice or whatever. And that's like 6 people. And then crypto is maybe, I don't know, 1,000 mechanism designers or something, maybe more. And they didn't do anything like that. There's very besides outside of finance and specifically crypto finance, there's like very little to show for it, and I'm not really sure why that is. But if we're very open to giving those people a second chance.
Yeah.
How are you thinking about implementation? Like, for example, just as a toy example, education is a field where there are so many different aspects of AI that could be implemented today in order to vastly improve like the public education system. Like every child could have a personalized AI tutor that helps them specifically with the things that they're bad at and so on and so on. And yet it doesn't happen because there are a lot of these interests are sort of captured. And it's very, very hard to affect change. So how are you thinking about doing that part?
Yeah, I guess it depends on the field. Like for each sort of new mechanism or new institution, would imagine there will be like a different place to trial it or see if it works. And there's a series of subsequent steps of like scaling it up to more consequential domains. So there is no like general answer. I think for education there might even be a lot of sort of for-profit opportunities, and so it's less sort of neglected than other areas, even though there are some perverse incentives there as well.
Yeah,
I also think that it's likely that nations or societies will diverge quite sharply, and that will be a motivator for the ones that are getting left behind. We see this. I live in Europe. I live in Berlin, and Europe is always playing catch up. Like it makes too restrictive a law, and then it starts losing business or losing access to things or something, and then they change the law. So we'll see lots of stuff like that where people see things going right somewhere in some jurisdiction, and try to copy it.
Yeah, it seems like even prior to AI, like trust in institutions and sort of like just general, satisfaction with the institutions that we have is already, at an all-time low. That it's just how it feels like subjectively. Do you think that this will just continue to get worse before it gets better? Or like, how do you think the public is going to start, reacting to and just like thinking about these very old dated institutions?
Yeah, it's going to get worse.
Everyone spoke at once.
Yeah. We're putting out a Pax Machina essay, I think, in a week, which is my kind of opinion about this. I think that there's a pretty substantial redesign of public institutions that's kind of required. Like they're losing our trust for deep structural reasons, and that it's hard even to name in the political vocabulary that's kind of currently, like the left kind of thinks that they're unfair or they're captured by the right, and the right thinks that they're like too regular. I don't know that each side is kind of using its own vocabulary, which really doesn't work for describing what's wrong. And so before we can even have like the political will to redesign the things that are structurally wrong, create better incentives and so on, there needs to be a process of being able to point to the problem. And so that will take a while, and it will happen at different rates in different places.
Yeah. Definitely.
So I also wanted to ask about your paper, Full Stack Alignment, from December, which you guys wrote in collaboration with David Duvenod and Ivan Vendrov and a lot of very cracked people, where the argument is we need to concurrently align AI systems and the institutions that shape them with what people value. This definitely seems to be very related to Pax Machina. You talk about this idea of thick models of value. So could you explain for the audience what this means and what full stack alignment is?
Give it a try, Ryan. Yeah, Oliver?
Sure, yeah. I think Joe mentioned this a little bit before, models of norms and values. A lot of current sort of big institutions and mechanisms model values in terms of preferences or revealed preferences or votes or something like that, which capture a very narrow slice about what people care about. And with language models in general, you get this affordance of having very rich models of values encapsulated and used in institutions. So you can imagine entirely new ways of doing democracy and entirely new ways of doing markets. So it's a bit of a narrower claim than we need new institutions for AGI. the full stack 11 claims that we need new institutions, and they should work in a particular way. Like they should be using thick models of values and not overly rely on thin models of values like preferences.
Mm. How is this implementable?
Yeah, so to be just one thing I was just going to add is to be clear about the relationship between the two. Paxmac and I were imagining it to being like basically a broader container for a lot of different ideas like this. And our plan is to like recruit people who, if there's people who like really disagree about thick models of value, like to kind of like hash that out there.
Right.
But you're talking about implementability. I mean, yeah, maybe Joe, you want to take that?
Yeah. So we have a 2024 paper where we made a kind of a new democratic structure where a model interviews 10,000 people, and it talks to each of them for 15 minutes. So instead of giving people a choice between Trump and Biden or like 3 policies to vote for or something, they have a 12 to 15-minute chat, and at the end, the model makes a kind of a summary of what they think is important in a particular state or case or situation. So one of the questions that we were looking into was how should models talk to young women, like a young woman who needs an abortion in a US state where abortion is illegal. And so people could think different things are important in that kind of situation. And the model talks to them for 15 minutes, asks all sorts of probing questions, really gets to the bottom of what they think is important, and then makes a little summary. And then based on all these summaries, they're all kind of gathered up, and people also look at other people's summaries and so on. You get this thing that we call a moral graph, which is kind of like a social choice. It's like a group decision that you get, but it's much, much richer than just people voting. And it can be full of surprise because things can arise from this process of talking to 10,000 people that you never would have thought to vote on. So that's an example of a kind of a thicker model of value in a way that, but you can do the same thing with purchases where you talk very deeply to people about what they need, what they want, why they're getting that gym membership, et cetera. Like there's many areas where we can capture much more substantial information about what's important to a person or a group. And then that really changes the outcome.
Yeah. So I also wanted to ask about y'all's first essay, which was about bureaucracy, AGI's bureaucratic future. So how are you guys thinking about some of the you guys mentioned some of the upsides of bureaucracy and some of the things that bureaucracy actually does solve. But that, obviously we're
very hot takes in Silicon Valley.
But but we are, entering an era of more complexity. So tell us about this article.
I can give a short rundown. I guess it's a little bit in response to a particular line of thinking, which is quite common now with a lot of people in the Bay, which is this world where like everyone will have their own AI agent and it will bargain on their behalf, and so there won't be any need for any kind of bureaucracy at all.
Right.
And bureaucracy essentially is what makes us, have standards and property rights and these kind of things, which is what enables bargaining. And so there's of course many ways in which bureaucracy is lackluster and many ways in which it hasn't developed fast enough, first with the internet and now definitely with the AI. But I guess the claim is that we still need some way to set shared standards and concepts so that we can do things like negotiate as we do currently.
Right. Yeah. Are you guys going to talk a lot about or do you predict you're going to talk a lot about how like agents are going to become new parts of the economy, and is this like part of the scope of the things you guys are planning to write about?
For sure.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I would definitely imagine so.
So I'm curious about your model for what human flourishing looks like in worlds with very powerful AIs. I think it's kind of easy for people to understand what human flourishing would look like in a world of, human level or top human level AIs. It's just like, having lots of smart people around in the existing system. They produce new technology, they grow the economy, it's great for people. But what about a world where you have like vastly superhuman agents? I think in that world, a lot of people feel more like fear or trepidation about what that would look like. Even if the AIs don't like literally kill everyone, people think that, this world would just be alien and bad to live in. So what's your model for how that could be avoided?
I guess
that's the question for you, Ryan.
Do you want to go, Ryan?
I can do a first pass and you can fill in a bit. So I think there's multiple questions. There's like there's a lot of questions about how do we make this feasible, right? Like, how do we do balances of power and so forth. But if we which are obviously extremely important. But if we just think about what a beautiful future could look like, there's we're open to like a lot of different ones of these for Pax Machina. As the Meaning Alignment Institute name suggests, like we have a particular kind of take, which is like focused on meaning, on human meaning.
Yeah.
And so you can imagine like basically asking the question, like, what's actually meaningful in your life? If you kind of like scan back through your life and you think about like, what are the most meaningful moments, or the most meaningful practices? Like what made them meaningful if you kind of like break it down. And like you could imagine having, systems, including like personal AI agents, but potentially also like AI supported institutions that kind of like support you in living meaningful lives on your own terms, right? Whatever that means for you and your community and so forth, right? And which can also evolve over time. So like, and meaning can look all kinds of different ways for different people. So that's kind of like at a very high level, what our take is. And we think that like that actually becomes, in a way, it becomes more feasible with language models, because it's much easier to articulate what's meaningful to you in language than it is through like, likes on Instagram or something. That kind of data is just not rich enough. So that's like, that's the quick take. Maybe Joe, you have a second piece to add.
Yeah, so you could imagine that in like what Ryan said in different ways. And one thing that could seem kind of dystopian to some people would be if the AIs have created kind of like a little garden of like things that are meaningful to humans, and humans have no idea what's going on outside that garden or whatever, could never understand it. It's like unrelated to. I'm an optimist. I'm a moral realist, so I think that.
Based.
I think that. I think that humans and AIs can share a morality, and then that makes that kind of garden situation less likely, because we can both be working kind of towards the same. We can share a sense of what's beautiful and what's good, even with something that has a very different kind of intelligence than us or scale than us or something like that. And you can sort of to support that, you can imagine. I don't know, a situation that we already have with nonprofits, where like a human might be able to set the mission of a nonprofit, but not really understand what it's doing, but still feel like very involved. And another example would be the Greek gods, where people might have an allegiance to a god, feel connected to Athena, be pursuing knowledge in their own lives, and know that Athena is doing it at a scale that they can never quite comprehend, but nonetheless they have some kind of like direct connection in terms of purpose and meaning with this thing that's operating at a different scale. So
yeah, totally. My sense is that there will just be like a sliver of the economy that is the agent economy, and then there will be the human economy, and they will obviously, talk to each other a bunch, but I think agents will have a better time understanding other agents, and there will be certain goals that are like, mostly just agent pursued goals, and they differ from human goals, but there's a lot of overlap. But yeah, that's sort of my sense. I do think we're coming up on time, so we may have to wrap this up, but this has been awesome. It's been so great. It has been to all of you guys.
Awesome. We're so excited for Pax Machina. Congrats on the launch. Thanks so much for coming on MTS.
Thank you so much.
Nice to talk to you.
Thanks so much, guys. We'll be watching Pax Machina very closely.
We will. And we'll be right back.
Cool.
And we're back
All right.
for some more discourse. Starting with, I'm shilling my own article.
This is the first Theo Jaffe article in how long?
This is the first Theo Substack article in long ass time. May 2025. Why did I like my own article? This was I thought this was a good article, and I got like 6 likes. But it's like my tourist guide to Florida. You guys should read it. It was a good article. Anyway, I just wrote this new one, levels of AGI pilled, making our definitions clear. Basically,
I should send this to like my parents.
You should.
And
Basically,
see where they are on the scale.
When people mention AGI in these contexts, it makes me want to beat myself to death because this term has been just so abused beyond belief. Like, people mean completely, totally different things when they say the term AGI.
Yes.
So in order to disambiguate this, I came up with this framework of like 6 levels from 0 to 5 of what it means to be AGI pilled. So level 0, AGI is just a chatbot, right? It's just like nothing. It's a stochastic parrot. It doesn't actually think or reason. Ted Chiang?
Obviously.
Yeah,
who are you talking to, bro?
That's true. Yeah, he wrote an article saying basically this. I should probably just toss this in.
Yeah, I really wanted to have him on MTS, but he's not actually too AGI pilled.
Yeah, he's level 0, not even level 1.
However, I don't actually think he's 0 AGI pilled. I think that he is really like sort of.
Is he one of those that's like LLMs or level 0, but future tech will...
Exactly. He's one of those. He's like LLMs are a dead end. LLMs are extremely unimpressive. They're going to lead nowhere. They're stochastic parrots.
I think I put that in a footnote.
He obviously has written a lot of stories that are very forward facing about like AI. I think he's fairly AGI pilled in the abstract. It's just like...
I did put this in a footnote.
You know?
Yeah.
And I actually think this is not the worst take ever if you're like that. Because you could argue like
I think it's a pretty bad take at this point.
No. I think
I did mention Ted Chiang because I cited his article.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot he invented the phrase blurry JPEGs of the internet, but he wrote this other one some years later that was like AIs aren't conscious. Which like, okay, maybe they're not conscious. They're still capable.
Yeah, they're capable. I think he's still just not impressed, which is not the worst take ever. Like, I think he does actually ontologically believe in superintelligence.
Yeah. The industry that's popped up around AI is a giant scam. And once people realize how useless the models are, the bots will go away and we'll all go back to normal. This is like a real opinion that people have on like Blue Sky, by the way. You see this a lot. It's weird. It's like, when has technology ever just gone away? This has never happened ever.
Your free trial of AGI has expired.
Yeah.
It just disappears.
Many level 0 to 1s have often exaggerated critiques of AI unrelated to its perceived lack of capability. AI has a tendency to create slop that makes people dumber. It's being controlled by fascist/woke big tech. It uses tons of energy and water, and so on and so on. This is also kind of Blue Sky level discourse.
Yeah.
So Timnit Gebru, Ed Zitcher, and Gary Marcus. This worldview would be roughly accurate if AI were at the capability level of 2019, like pre-GPT-3.
Mm-hmm.
Meaning LLMs are basically totally useless. But yeah, this is definitely wrong.
Do you remember when the Lambda thing came out?
Yes.
And that guy got completely one-shotted?
Blake
He
Lemoine.
was like in religious psychosis or something? He was like a Christian that worked at Google.
Yeah. He got completely one-shot.
So when was that? Because
this is 2022.
Oh, yeah.
Or 2021?
That feels so long ago.
June 2022.
But I remember my cousin and I were like, it's happening. It's takeoff. Right now is takeoff.
I felt like that in 2023. I was like, holy shit, GPT-4, we're in takeoff right now.
Yeah. The Lambda was there were some really good quotes that came from that. If you remember the entire Lambda transcript.
So level 1, basically AI is like crypto or VR or something. It's an emerging tech. It's useful. It's going to create billions of dollars of value.
I need to write an article, like a sister article to this called Levels of VR Pilled.
You should actually do it.
Wait, I actually would do that. Okay, go on.
AIs are useful, but they're not that useful. So frontier lab valuations are a bubble. AI revenues have not yet increased enough to make the labs profitable. the labs are spending way too much on compute. We still might get true AGI eventually, but it'll take a long time with more AI winters on the way there. So this is like the argument that I think would have made sense in 2023, GPT-4 level AI, but revenue growth has continued to ramp at extreme rates. Demand for compute has continued to ramp at extreme rates, and the models keep getting fundamentally better. So a level 1 example would be Darren Ashimolu, who's like the famous economist, Nobel laureate actually, who basically predicts like very little long run economic growth from AI. I think his prediction is like 0.5 percentage point of growth from AI per year or something like that, which is crazy low. Or perhaps a European VC. So level 0 and 1 are just like wrong at this point. I could maybe charitably understand a level 1 person. Level 0 is just like,
Level 1 feels like person in Biden administration.
Yeah.
That was thinking about technology.
Yeah, but that was fair at the time.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I think later into 2024, towards the end of the Biden administration, not really. Level 2, AI is like the internet. LLMs are very useful. Everyone can have their own personalized AI tutor.
This is like the Mark
intelligent
Zuckerberg
Siri.
placement, I think.
That's so true, yeah.
Yeah.
Eventually, we'll get intelligence too cheap to meter. AI becomes a major industry, double-digit percentage of GDP, trillions of dollars of market value. GDP growth will continue at 2% per year, maybe go up to 2.5 or 3%. AI might kill a few jobs, but on net, it will create a huge amount of jobs at higher wages than before, including in new categories that don't exist yet, and we'll get a modest but pretty cool future. So this is what most people who call themselves EACs on the internet, not Beth Bezos or any of them, but like most people with EAC in bio on Twitter are kind of like this, basically. Our coding agents will be like awesome. Everyone will be using OpenClaw. This is AGI.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to tell you, like that's just scratching the surface. It's just getting started. However, if model capabilities stopped around now or slightly before now, if models did not get better from here at all, then we would have basically a level 2 future.
Yeah. This is like people that are characterized by just wanting to see the next improvement come out, like the next update, basically, or the next model, and they're like, "Yay!" And they're thinking still in the very short term. They're thinking, enterprise business applications. How can I use this right now? Okay, level 3.
Level 3 is the Industrial Revolution, and its consequences have been incredible for the human race. So now skeptics can't doubt capabilities. It can do jobs for you, right? You get a drop-in remote worker, and then you get a drop-in humanoid robot. So there are some things that prevent AIs from immediately taking everyone's job right away. That's not going to happen. But the economy starts to grow fast, right? This is the age of M kind of argument.
Yep.
If you have a ton of copies of human-level AIs running much faster than humans, performing economically valuable tasks much cheaper, the economy will grow really, really fast. There will be explosive growth in some areas and slower growth in others. We are already starting to see this. We have like explosive growth in, for example, mathematics. The amount of conjectures that are being disproven is growing explosively.
Yeah.
But there's slower growth in other areas because some things are harder for models to do. So like we're not seeing very much growth, at least yet, in, for example, biology. There's like lots of positive indications for the future, but nothing much yet.
Yep.
So
this is kind of the take that it could make sense to have now still. This is where everyone's at, actually. The conversations we've had like in the last few months have clustered around this.
Most people are level 3.
Yeah.
I would also describe level 3 as AGI pilled, but not ASI pilled.
Yeah.
So you get your cheap energy, space exploration, healthcare, effective prevention and treatment of most physical and mental illness, incredibly cheap power, industry and space, life extension, and so on and so on. But life will feel kind of normal. You'll live in a really cool futuristic city like Shenzhen. You'll be able to go visit the Amalfi Coast, and it will look the same as it does now. You'll hang out with your family and friends.
Cyberpunk, like future with Chinese characteristics.
But not exactly even like cyberpunk implies that like, you know, everyone living in this future feels this sort of future shock ennui at all times. I don't think it's going to be like that.
Oh yeah, no, this one is probably like, I don't know if I could point to a specific like fiction analog, but yeah, it is like the Shenzhen, like as far as you can call Shenzhen or like a similar city cyberpunk. It's that.
Also,
like this future probably includes like high speed rail.
Yes,
like, you know,
you'll get high speed rail,
like all of this stuff.
Mm-hmm. By the way, read the footnotes because yeah, I have this bad habit when I write of like putting a lot of my best stuff in the footnotes. But yeah, so the most rigorous view of level 3 is Age of M, or perhaps Machines of Love and Grace. I'm going to look into the camera and tell you, the viewer, read Age of M by Robin Hanson. It's a good book.
This is possibly like our 12th time saying that. You need to do it.
We should, yeah. Let's just get it for the office and put it on the bookshelf.
I can bring it.
Oh, you have a copy?
Yeah.
Oh, sick. So this is what the future will look like if AI capabilities continue to improve like they have in the past. Now we're getting a little freaky with level 4. Now we're moving from.
Why do you call it Homo sapiens? Interesting.
From AGI pill to ASI pill. I called it Homo sapiens because at this point AI is kind of a separate species.
Not really that. It's to quote Grimes, Homo techno.
But it's not Homo techno. It's like it's a change equivalent to the rise of Homo sapiens.
Sure. Okay. Cool.
So the economy becomes something more like a self-replicating machine, a vast organism. We won't be able to fully understand it anymore. This is, you know, the Nick Land argument. Growth will start to move away from the limits of econ and more towards the limits of physics, right? Some bacteria can undergo mitosis in under 10 minutes. How quickly can self-replicating chip fabs or data centers do it? Growth will be like
nanotechnology, I think, like and like Eric Drexel or whatever. Very much this sort of level 4.
Yep. So I mentioned capabilities may remain jagged.
Yeah.
You know, you can't like giga superintelligence can't predict the weather 5 weeks out. It's just impossible. There's too much complexity. It's just like
but everything
chaos
else doable.
Most other things doable. We'll finally get true sci-fi tech like nanotech, human intelligence enhancement, real full-dive virtual reality, total body revision. Exciting.
I need to be plugged in. Plug me in.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Culture will stratify
Ghost in the Shell
according to whether and how much different people decide to adopt these technologies. So we already kind of have this, right? Like we, as SF techoids, live kind of a different life from the median American in Carmel, Indiana, and a very different life from the Amish.
Yep.
Who don't adopt technology much at all.
Like there are already people living in vastly different realities on Earth. It's like kind of ridiculous.
Yep.
How big the chasm is between all these different groups. Yeah, so culture was stratify based. A class, okay, let's see. Likely no one will have to die anymore.
Fable of the Dragon Tyrant.
Biology will take care of that.
It's Nick Bostrom's article.
Yeah.
It's a really good article. The idea is basically like, imagine like if you lived in a kingdom where like it was ruled kind of by a giant dragon, and the giant dragon would, after some decades, eat everyone in the kingdom. Like there's no escape. The dragon would just eat you eventually. It would eat everyone you knew, and then it would eat you. Wouldn't you try to kill the dragon? Well, the metaphor here obviously is the dragon tyrant is death. And if we could defeat death, that would be extremely awesome.
Yep.
So then I mentioned the AI alignment problem, which will be very important in level 4 futures. When people read about futures like this, they often feel a degree of quiet unease or future shock. When I said future shock, I should have linked this article, 1999 article by Eliezer Yudkowsky, of all people, called Future Shock Levels, which really inspired my article. Basically, there are different levels of future shock. This one, I sort of modernized his argument here. It's incredible how like based circa 1998 to 2002 Yudkowsky was.
Yeah.
Really incredible. He was he was the greatest EAC of all time.
And then
sad. I think if the AIs are aligned and things will go well, it'll be unbelievably awesome. And I linked to Nick Bostrom's Utopia. Few people have actually seriously engaged with it. Ian Banks' Culture Series, The Epilogue of AI 2040. And now we're getting a little strange with level 5, which is
getting a
life.
little weird with it.
Getting a little weird with it. Like, you know, this gets weird. You know, there's no escaping it. Things get really different and weird. There are no constraints on what technology can do aside from physics. We might see all kinds of crazy stuff. Black hole computers, nanobot swarms, total post-humanism, countless simulated entities on computational substrates. It's like it's going to be wild science fiction.
Yes.
Yep.
It's all of the science fiction futures happening kind of all at once in different areas.
Yeah.
And also time itself probably changes substantially. And then it's kind of like The Last Question by Isaac Asimov, where like the machine at the end of time like finds out how to reverse entropy, and then the universe starts over. If you even care.
Yeah. That's like I mentioned like hacking physics. Did I mention hacking physics? I did, yeah. Some level 5s even think that sufficiently powerful superintelligences could find exploits in physics, but this is speculative. I think
if you had to ask me, I think that I think the Last Question is one of the most base short stories of all time. You've read this, right?
No.
Oh my god.
I know, I need to read it. It's bad.
Oh no. Okay, we're going to have to you need to read this by the end of the day.
The Last Question, Isaac Asimov.
It's a short story.
Oh, I think I have read this a long time ago.
Yeah, it was probably
all the way back in 56, I read it.
For sure, yeah.
So level 5, the econ, social, and cultural changes will be really hard to predict. It'll be like, if you discover, if you are a bacteria, like how do you predict what, human culture looks like?
Exactly.
It's hard. Most writing about level 5 is not rigorous forecasting. It's just sci-fi. So the only people who I think have like seriously grappled with level 5 is like Nick Bostrom, Nick Land, maybe Eric Drexler, maybe early Yudkowsky. It's going to be kind of wacky. Obviously, timelines are a very relevant question.
Yes.
AGI can progress from one level to another over time. You could believe in level 2 for the next decade and level 4 in a century. You could believe in level 5 in a million years, right?
Another person who's actually written about this extensively, Alpha Dump, is the YouTuber Exerbia. Exerbia with a 1 instead of an I. So if you're not familiar with Exerbia, let me put you guys
Alpha nuke
on. Let me put you guys TF on. He's been talking about this stuff forever. So he was a YouTuber, right? He did all of these animated short stories, and he has an English accent. I think he is a morally dubious person, but he writes all of these science fiction books, and I've been basically reading them for as long as I can remember, because it's actually some of the best science fiction I've ever read in my entire life. And nobody knows about him because he's just some YouTuber. I mean, he had 3 million subs on YouTube, but I think I got very AGI pilled in the Exerbia Discord, a very long time ago.
I went to the Exerbia Discord and no one knew you.
Yeah. So this is a guy who's thinking at level 4 and level 5 all the time. He writes he's very inspired by Asimov, so he has all these foundation type science fiction stories that are happening on galactic time scales and society's rise and fall. And I really like science fiction that is so long horizon and explores entire cultures shifting and different species and etc. So this is my alpha.
This is Robin Hanson.
Yeah, this is better than Robin Hanson.
A short period of partying between birth and total oblivion. Holy Reddit. Holy Reddit millennial, bro. I find it so funny scrolling through this guy's feed.
It's all very dated. But
no, some of it is here's the history of England and life advice for your 20s. And then some of it is extreme sort of info hazardy, like philosophical stuff.
Yeah. It's awesome.
Yep. So this isn't to say that a higher level of AGI pilledness is automatically more correct. I know that if you read the essay, it sounds like I'm saying this. But, I do think that it's possible we just get like the level 3 future for a very long time. I think it's even a little bit possible. Maybe we're just wrong about all this AI stuff, right? Maybe somehow there's just going to be a plateau and we'll get level 2. I think level 1.
I don't think that's possible.
Level 0
or
and
if
1
it is possible, that's a very dark timeline. I think nothing is scarier than a mundane future.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Footnotes are good. I like the footnotes. I need to stop putting all the good stuff in the footnotes. My uncle says cool summation and look into the future. Thank you. So, levels of AGI pilled. To recap, we got level 0. LLMs are fake. They're chatbots. They don't do anything. Level 1. LLMs are useful, but AI is a bubble. For now, at least. Level 2. LLMs are very useful. They can do all kinds of stuff. They're going to be a revolution on the scale of the internet, but it's not going to fundamentally change humanity. Level 3. The Industrial Revolution. AIs are capable of being basically substitutes for human labor. The economy starts to rip, but people's lives are still, recognizable and mostly normal.
Yep.
Level 4. AI is a sort of separate species. We're ASI pilled. We're not just AGI pilled. And this might have issues for alignment. This might, make the future look very different. And then level 5, at this point, it's just hard to explain or predict anything. Things get really different and really weird.
Yep.
So yeah, that's my article.
Yeah. So that's your article. Good article.
Thank you. You got the Sophia stamp of approval.
Yeah.
Right levels of VR pilled.
I will write levels of VR pilled.
The problem is AGI right now is a real technology and VR is not.
Yeah, but people have no idea how intertwined both of these things are going to be.
What's level 1 of VR? Is it like a zoetrope? Is it like a flip book? Like a flip book drawing?
No. I think that people vastly underestimate how much it's going to be akin to like the invention of the iPhone in terms of how it changes like social relations and the social graph and just like underpins literally everything about the way we interact with the world.
I actually wrote a little thing about, one aspect of level 2 and upwards is harder to predict is the impact on culture. For example, the internet fundamentally changed dating by mediating most interaction through dating apps, enabled the rise of remote work through video conferencing, and shifted consumption habits away from books and TV towards first online streaming and then short-form video and social media feeds. Technology changes culture.
Yep.
It does, for now, it does not fundamentally change human nature for now. But it changes culture. AI, even level 2 AI will change culture. And definitely virtual reality will change culture.
Yep.
And my hot take about virtual reality, like the reason I'm so bullish on it is because like, why would you go to space when you could just be in a VR pod and simulate space or whatever you want without the risk of dying or having to be in space for like decades in order to go somewhere?
Yeah. There is a good music video you should watch.
What is it?
Shelter by Porter Robinson. It is like it's about VR. But anyways, we should dive into the next article.
Yep. Let's do it.
So should we do AGI bureaucracy?
AGI bureaucracy or pacing the frontier?
Let's actually do pacing the frontier.
Yeah, let's do pacing the frontier. So pacing the frontier, if you recall, was this open letter signed by over 1,000 Frontier AI employees. Let's see what the exact number is right now. 1,350. That's a lot of people, including John Schulman, Jakob Achoki, Jared Kaplan, Shane Legg, Ilya Sutskever, Mark Chen, Dario Amade, Jack Clark, lots of people. And so the AI Futures Project, which wrote AI 2027 and AI 40, just wrote some proposals for how to actually pace the frontier. What does pacing the frontier mean? It does not mean slow down AI. at least not right now, not by default. There are many reasons you might want to do this. Minimizing existential risk is a top one. So pacing the frontier means moderating the time at which AIs above a specified capability level are developed within a given jurisdiction, either just in the US or internationally as a level called for. Moderating the time does not necessarily mean slowing down current capabilities. It also specifically talks about moderating development rather than release.
Yes. Yeah. I think it's just like more careful, allowing for like timelines to be flexible, but dictating, that like certain capabilities just need to be given more time. Domestic pacing is valuable because it would also slow down China. US companies would have less capable models for Chinese companies to distill from, and they would have worse algorithms and models for Chinese companies to steal.
Yeah,
okay, so I'm not 100% sure on this.
This is a really unique and interesting argument, because the canonical reason for like why can we not slow down AI is because China's not going to slow down.
Right.
But they're making the argument that slowing down AI in the US or pacing AI in the US would also slow down China. US companies would have less capable models for Chinese companies to distill from. I'm also not sure about this. China makes a lot of their own progress. It's not just stealing. Yeah. So we spent the better part of a week brainstorming and fleshing out proposals for how to pace the frontier domestically. We think that the US government could already require US companies to pace frontier AI development today with essentially no further prep and little setup time, but prep could make the pacing more effective and less costly. It's great. We want regulation, if it has to exist, to be effective and not costly.
Yep.
So there's 4 proposals that they give. Option 1, temporary pause. All compute must serve inference. So that means you're not allowed to use it internally for R&D, for training runs, for anything like that. This also has the additional benefit of making tokens cheaper for customers. Like if OpenAI had to spend all of their compute on inference, more inference compute means more tokens can be served, or current amount of tokens can be served more cheaply. So this is easy. You can do this immediately, if the government wanted to. Number 2, compute allocation, minimums, and monitoring. So 70% goes to inference, 25% goes to safety with transparency, and then the other 5% can go to like R&D capabilities, uplift experiments.
I do think actually option 2 is a good option if necessary. I don't see why this would be
probably not that different from the current split of how AI labs allocate compute, though.
Yeah, it's probably not too different. But yeah.
Yep.
Option 3, limit capabilities of models used for AI R&D.
Option 3, R&D automation only by models below a ceiling. Which ceiling? And then option 4, safety case risk assessments. Third-party assessors estimate the risk incurred. Companies must stay below a threshold. And the risk should be less than 1% a month. That's amazing, actually. Like that seems like if you are a real doomer, that seems like kind of a high bar for, or a low bar rather. It's like, if you don't have a 1% chance of destroying the world in a given month, then you can continue. So they talk about these.
But obviously that is the most difficult of the proposed.
They talk about these options. It's a stop. Like the first one is a stopgap. We know that. You can't just like literally pause training forever. It's not doable. The second option, implement a minimum external inference compute allocation, a minimum transparent safety compute allocation while monitoring their effectiveness via capability measurements. Capabilities could be measured via like the Epoch Capabilities Index, which is a great metric. So they imagine, 25 to safety, 5 to capabilities, 70 to inference. This is kind of similar to OpenAI's super alignment team. When they first announced it in 2024, they were going to give 20% of OpenAI's compute to super alignment. This didn't really happen.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, like, big if true.
So
if this was, do you think 25 would suffice? 25%?
Probably, yeah. AI Futures says that they estimate that 2% of compute goes to safety, 48 to capabilities, and 50 to inference.
Yeah, I wonder if this is different in, say, safe superintelligence.
Well, they have no inference, so yeah.
Well, yeah, but like, if they generally just put everything towards alignment and safety, I think this is a good policy.
I think it's a good policy for the future. I don't know about right now, but for the future,
Well, I
things
think,
like this should be kept in mind.
Yeah, like it should be kept in mind. And honestly, I think given the events of like the last 2 weeks, would start to make sense.
We recommend that domestic frontier AI pacing transition to international AI pacing if feasible. The earlier, the better, right? International pacing is necessary eventually. Otherwise, China will eventually exceed American capabilities, and that might be bad. So tentative proposals for domestic pacing. So they talk about goals accomplished.
Actual goals AF.
And enforcement requirements. Yeah, this is pretty straightforward. Option 2, less centrally encourages diffusion. This is true, actually. If you just increase the amount of compute that is being allocated to external inference, then you encourage diffusion, which might be good for safety if you believe in decentralized futures. Yeah, so for number 3, this is interesting. Introduce a negative internal public gap, meaning that models are deployed to the public before being used for internal AI R&D. This is good for societal response.
This is kind of squack, but let's let them cook.
It's kind of dangerous to have models internally that are way better than any external model, because if it were to escape, there would be no defense mechanism.
I don't see how this wouldn't just be also dangerous to the public, of giving the public a model that is extremely capable before it is internally deployed. Well, that doesn't make much sense.
Interesting. So proposal details. We'll skim through this, compute allocation requirements. There are 2 main ways labs could use compute that is freed up from developing frontier models. Earn revenue from it, meaning serve inference, or allocate it to safety research. I don't know how exactly you would separate capabilities research from safety research. Like, it's easy to separate R&D from inference. It seems less, philosophically easy to separate capabilities from safety.
I would imagine the alignment teams are like pretty separate within labs to,
I don't know,
pure ML engineer or whatever, like training. Like, yeah, if it's like, this is why I'm just pro go crazy on automated alignment research. Like, throw everything at it.
Go crazy on automated alignment research. You can imagine this failing pretty catastrophically, I think.
But it's probably better than, like, I don't know. I think it's like the smartest people work on like very, very intelligent people work on alignment.
I think there's going to be a rush of talent starting around now within the labs towards alignment.
Yeah. This is great. This is a good thing. This is a response to
trust me, bro, on this. Trust me, bro, on this. Based on vibes, a lot of people at labs are pivoting to alignment.
Yeah.
Minimum transparent safety, compute allocation, effective compute allocation minimums. That's interesting. So, wow. So they use the AI futures model, which is their very rigorous quantitative model of what AI takeoff looks like. It's a quantitative model, so it has parameters, and if you change the parameters in the model, it doesn't even slow down per se AI. It just pushes the takeoff later, which could be good for safety purposes. Measuring AI capabilities. How do you do that? Epoch AI Capabilities Index focus on risky capabilities such as AI R&D automation. Yeah, I just love the ECI. It's such a good benchmark.
Yeah,
Look at the epoch capabilities index models over time. It's like the US goes straight up, China goes straight up behind the US, and then the EU is just holy laggard. Ugh. And it's only Mistral. Safety case-based risk assessments. But wouldn't domestic pacing let China win? China might follow suit because they also want AI to proceed safely, leading to a de facto international regulatory regime and potentially an explicit international agreement as in Plan A. I think this is very, very plausible. I don't know why so many people think this is implausible. Why wouldn't China be safety pilled too? Does Xi Jinping want to give control of the future to superintelligence?
Yeah.
Maybe.
On your levels of AGI pilled article, where is China?
Who in China?
Like the Chinese state.
Like Xi Jinping?
Yeah.
2?
Yeah, probably.
AI futures people on my levels are like 4 or 5.
Yeah.
You think I'm like a 4 or 5?
Relative to compute allocation minimums, implementing this policy would lead to faster progress at lower capability levels and slower progress at higher ones. Yeah.
Oh, that's interesting. If domestic pacing never becomes international, the US still has a lead and breathing room. So if Chinese dominance became imminent, the US could speed up again to stay ahead. If the US halted, okay. It seems like the raw capabilities lead is 4 to 8 months, but much of China's progress comes from distilling the American frontier and using American discovered algorithms. We estimate that if the US halted, China will take approximately a year to catch up. Again, they seem to be just very bearish on like endogenous Chinese progress. They think that it is largely stolen from America. I'm just so not convinced of that.
I don't believe this.
Yeah, I don't really believe that. Our proposals would change for international.
But here's the truth nuke is why don't we just distill from them? They're going to be open source anyway.
We already kind of do.
Yeah. Just let them take the lead, man. And then, no, just kidding. Just don't do this.
Mm-hmm.
But
how our proposals would change. International agreements can buy much more time, right? Because then you won't need to worry about, we need to accelerate again in order to beat China. Domestic pacing operates under more uncertainty as to the level of risk that is realistic to aim for. Again, because you need to also be able to look at the capabilities of trailing actors like China. The international no preparation proposal may need to be more robust. Like how would you implement, we're just going to pause AI by requiring all compute to be inference. I wonder if there are any like AI safetyists who are like, for AI safety, we need to shut down ChatGPT. This used to be a thing. I haven't heard this argument much these days. Okay. When to start pacing the frontier? We're confident that it will be...
Although I do think if you did shut down ChatGPT, that would actually make the people more techno-optimists because they would realize how horrible life is without it.
I actually agree with this. I think that people would... if ChatGPT were shut down...
what if Trump does the thing where he's like... like he did with TikTok?
He like fakes it out?
He fakes it and then he's like, okay, guys, I brought it back. Everyone clap. And then he does the same thing with like ChatGPT and he's like, I saved ChatGPT.
There's
it's a
like
great platform.
This meme of like some Hinge prompt where it was like, my most irrational fear was losing ChatGPT forever.
Yeah, with 2 O's.
Yeah, losing ChatGPT forever. This I actually saw in
on
real.
IQ
I saw this
high.
in real life on my feed, by the way.
Really?
Yes.
That's a like very popular meme.
This person is a software engineer in the Bay Area, according to their profile.
That's so funny.
Yeah, it's really funny. Losing ChatGPT
forever.
So when to start pacing the frontier? We're confident that it would be good to start aggressively pacing the frontier once you're roughly at automated coder, the milestone at which companies would rather fire all of their human software engineers than forego using AI. Our team's median arrival estimates range from 2027 to 2030, with each of us having substantial uncertainty. I agree.
Bro, it's just like, okay. Like, I agree that we are close to automated coder. That's fine. I can agree with this. I just don't see why the same like Jevons paradox thing wouldn't apply. And even if even if, you know, the automated coders can do all of your code, you still would hire software engineers to essentially just point in certain directions. Like, I just don't actually think this is that big of a problem from the job loss risk perspective.
Okay, well, how do you make sure that the automated coder is aligned?
Oh no, obviously that's the risk, but what I'm saying
that's the
is
point
like
of pacing.
Well, anyways, I just don't think it's a job loss risk. It could be an alignment risk.
I think they're mostly focused on catastrophic and alignment risks. Opinions on our team vary about the extent to which it would be good to start aggressively pacing the frontier today. Some of us think it would be clearly good in expectation. Others think it will be neutral or weakly good. I think aggressively pacing the frontier today would probably be bad. However, we will probably need to do this in the near future. We all agree that it's good to immediately pilot a moderate degree of pacing to develop the institutional know-how to pace aggressively in the future.
Yeah.
Okay, so how do we prepare to pace the frontier? Pilot domestic pacing options, especially 5 to 20% safety compute minimum. Presumably the labs are already doing this by themselves.
I don't know.
I
I'd
think
like to see them
about
publish something about it.
I would like to see them publish something about it. That is true. But I think about now they are really dialing in on substantial compute for safety. Remember, like, the labs are incentivized actually, hot take, the labs are actually incentivized to build safe AI because, you know, A, the labs are made of people who don't want to get destroyed by AI catastrophe. And B,
they're doing it for the money.
And B, they're doing it for the money. You can't sell misaligned models.
Yeah.
This is actually amazing.
Good luck selling your misaligned model to, like, I don't know, like, insert enterprise. Like,
it's amazing that alignment is aligned with financial incentives. How great is it that we live in such a world? So we'll pilot verification mechanisms and prepare for embedded auditors. So someone like Meter basically being embedded at the labs with full access to all of their systems to figure out the capabilities of the models and the risk implications of the models. Increase information sharing for risk assessment and capabilities forecasting. Yes, please. Labs really need to be publishing more on this stuff.
Yes.
Develop tech to enable more robust domestic verification options.
And the US government, for that matter, should not be hiding their framework from us.
Yeah, that's weird. I get hiding the benchmark. That makes sense. But hiding the framework is bad. And then develop tech to enable better international verification options. So like hardware-based verification. So now they're just getting back into the AI 2040 Plan A proposals.
Yep.
And now they, broader classification
of pacing proposals.
Yeah, so they're listing a bunch of potential proposals and how to classify them. And we thank Sydney Von Arx, Daniel Kokotajlo, Fabian Roger, and Lauren Mangla for helpful feedback. So credit to AI Futures Project. It's a good post. TLDR, how do you pace the frontier? You could force all labs to only serve inference. Mm-hmm. You could set a minimum to inference and most of the rest to safety. You could limit capabilities of models that are allowed to be used for AI R&D at the labs, or you could have embedded third-party risk assessors estimate the risk incurred and make sure it's below a threshold. So,
yeah, I am pro compute thresholds. I think that this will be a band-aid solution, probably.
I think I would have to think harder about which one of these I like the most. I don't like option one.
Yeah. But I think it could work. It would be very easy. That's what I like about it. I sounded like Trump in that sentence.
It would be very easy.
Be very easy.
Yeah.
It's a great proposal. But yeah. Good post by the AI Futures.
Good post.
Project.
All right. Well, we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, we're here with Phil Trammell, who is the head of economics at Epoch AI and a research scholar at Stanford's Digital Economy Lab, where he studies what happens to the economy when AI can do everything humans can do. And just a few days ago, you actually published an essay titled GDP and Prosperity Across Technology Paths, all about how the GDP is fundamentally flawed when trying to predict and measure prosperity across future technological paths. So, Philip, super excited to talk to you today about all things AI and the economy.
Great. Yep. Thanks for having me on.
Epoch is like a platinum tier friends of the show. We love them.
Platinum tier friends,
Yeah.
100%.
Yeah, I love them too.
Yeah, maybe a good place to start is let's just talk about your essay. Why is the GDP a fundamentally flawed metric?
Yeah, so the kind of esoteric theoretical thing I was looking into in the essay is that even though GDP tells you a lot about like which countries are richer and if GDP goes down a lot all at once, that means things are probably going badly. You're in some recession. That means you're not making the best use of your capacity. You can, like GDP and whatever we mean by like prosperity or rapid advancements in technology can easily come apart, especially over the long run. And I think this is just sort of unappreciated for a lot of reasons, actually. And the particular reason I was getting into in that essay involves the fact that like GDP is the average of the growth rates of all the goods we're buying at a given time. And that means that GDP growth can actually be pulled down by introducing new goods that are growing more slowly than average. So you're like diluting. Isn't that crazy? It's an average of a bunch of goods, the growth rates of the goods. So if we introduce something new and start spending some positive share of our budgets on it, and that's growing slower than average, then it pulls down the average. So GDP growth is slower just because you have more stuff. It's just more stuff and it's growing more slowly. So it can really be nutty, but
GDP go down or just GDP grow more slowly?
Well, it can go down relative to what it would have been if you hadn't introduced the new good.
I see.
But it can also actually go down if you introduce something, shift a lot of your spending over to it, and then have it shrink. There's all kinds of bizarre path dependencies that can come up. Anyway, none of this really matters much, I think, over short horizons or when you're comparing different countries. But when you're trying to say, how wild do I think the future will be? Oh, I think there'll be like 30% growth. I think there'll be 3,000% growth. There, I think it's probably just not the proxy that we're looking for. So GDP has lots of flaws that other people have pointed out. I don't know if the one that this essay was about is the most important one, but it was the one I think was most underappreciated.
Yeah, and you're specifically tying how GDP is not a metric for human prosperity. And I know this is also something you talk a lot about, of just what would it look like to have metrics that are more aligned with human prosperity. So what would you say is actually something we should be tracking?
This is like the Crimea meme that you mentioned, where he's like, GDP haters be like, I hate GDP. I much prefer thing correlated at 0.9 with GDP.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends what exactly you're interested in tracking. So, if you're interested in like how well off people are in the sense of how much they like their lives, a sort of nifty idea I had a while back, and I have a paper with Chad Jones on now, is basically to look at what's happening to how much people are willing to pay to stay alive, right? So that's the value of statistical life. How much they pay for safety or how much more you have to pay them to take a more dangerous job. And that tells you how people compare life to money at a given time, like in a given year. Then the interest rate tells you how much they like money now relative to money later. So that's kind of another exchange rate. And the value of statistical life later tells you how much they like money later relative to life later. And chaining them together, you can sort of say how many years now is 1 year in 10 years worth, right? You can track that over time. It's like in a cardinal way, what's the value of like the number of utils people are getting out of each year. So, I mean, the data that you need to actually do that calculation is really, really flawed. And so I think it's just kind of a conceptual contribution. But something along those lines, I think, is the thing you've really got to be tracking if you really want, like, how many utils are we enjoying per year? But if you want something like, how close is AI to really delivering like explosive impacts and like the abundance of various goods that we care about. You want some index that tracks like how automated the supply chain is for that good, you know, and that'll be a whole different number, right? And you know,
yeah.
Anyway, if you obviously want to track AI capabilities directly, you want to just be looking at kind of something like the Epoch Capabilities Index or whatever. So I think these are very different quantities, and they probably correlate a bit less than people think sometimes.
So, like, what is a concrete scenario that we can imagine where GDP would increase more slowly than expected while we get like a radical sort of singularity appearing future, or at least, you know, rapid growth in technological capacity?
Oh, sure. I think the simplest case of this would be the case in which people value the human touch, say, right? Or they value something else that's not exploding in quantity, like historical artifacts or natural beaches. And every time the quantity of everything else doubles, its price relative to a human massage or a natural beach or whatever falls by more than half. Okay, so the GDP share of the things that are not exploding grows. And so GDP growth is ultimately zero in the extreme case, right? It's just the growth rate of the beaches and the massages. But we have a full sort of technological singularity with immortality and Dyson spheres and all the science fiction you could want. But it's just, you know, all that stuff is every time we double the number of Dyson spheres, we're cutting their price by more than half. And so as a share of GDP, it's falling.
Is this at all analogous to how like California, for example, has like very strong GDP growth, very strong economic growth, and because like the quantity of housing is kept basically constant, like in SF, we've added 400 units of housing this year in a city of 800,000 people with massive new demand coming in, and so like the houses continue to like rise in price, or is this kind of a different argument?
I suppose it's a little tenuously connected, but I mean, what's going on in California presumably is that like they're expanding housing supply, but they're just, you know, there's a growing demand for housing even more. So the price is going up, and I guess this would be an example of the opposite, right? So housing as a share of California's GDP is rising, presumably. I don't know if that's true, but I think that's true.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's because like demand is staying high even as they're building.
What about for the specific indicators you have in the takeoff tracker that you made? I know that that's something that you're a co-author of, the Stanford's takeoff tracker. This is probably maybe the closest.
We call it the transformation.
The transformation tracker. Would you say this is maybe the closest thing to actually tracking if we're on track to the singularity?
It's a very conservative set of indicators, right? So it's a set of things that will, a set of variables that'll move in a predictable direction if AI is very robustly, or I should say, something like full automation is like very robustly changing the shape of the economy. But it won't tell you like in advance what is starting to move in a direction that, you know, that could end up allowing for a big burst of automation and growth and so on. Yeah. So, I don't think it's the closest thing, but I think it's just sort of another angle on it. It's based on an old paper by this economist, Nordhaus, who pointed out that even though models can disagree about a lot of details and people can disagree about, you know, what transformations to expect first, there's like half a dozen or a dozen things that should pretty robustly be expected to all kind of move in the same direction. If the machines start getting way more capable and doing everything. So like one of them, which Nordhaus doesn't actually focus on, but I think is pretty robust, is the interest rate. If you know, the interest rate should be the marginal product of capital, right? It's how much a hunk of capital can get done over a year. And if the machines are getting more capable and not being bottlenecked by the lack of people to operate them or anything, you should expect the interest rate to rise.
Yeah, and this is specifically tracking transformative AI, but how do you actually define what transformative means in this context?
Yeah, what I like to the kind of unifying theme behind those indicators is it's tracking how far we are down the path to an economy in which growth is driven by capital, right? So the proliferation of capital, of computers and robots and whatever, is the thing driving growth rather than making work ever more productive, right? So in a world of like capital-driven growth, you should expect the capital share to be high, interest rates to be high, like I was saying, the growth rate to be high. Labor productivity is sort of mechanically high. Output per unit of labor would be infinite if no one worked at all. So that would be a transformation, and so that's one thing you could mean by transformative AI.
Yeah,
I think it's as good as any.
If no one worked at all,
this is true. So one other thing we talked about earlier was the "We Must Act Now" open letter, where a bunch of economists signed it. You notably didn't sign it. You were actually, we went over this on stream. I was like, the two names I'm noticing missing from this are Seb Creer and Phil Trammell. And you said you didn't sign because of the line about how we must act now to steer AI in a direction that complements humans. Meaning you think that the intent of the authors was to say that we should try to ban machines that substitute for humans too well so that production requires work forever. This doesn't strike me as tractable or desirable. I would much rather aim for a future in which we invent machines that do all our work for us and people own them. And then Giva Sadi from Mechanized commented, what about letting the machines own themselves? And you said that's not a good idea.
So first, I don't think I commented on the intent of the authors, but I think it could be read as meaning, that we should try to like steer tech in a human augmenting direction, even if that means banning forever machines that could do all of our work. So I didn't comment on the intent, but it turns out that was the intent for at least some, because Drone Asimoglu tweeted a bit afterward, dear follower, he always tweets. I said, basically that he endorsed the message of the note for reasons. Well, I want to make sure I don't misquote him, but he's famous for a relatively heavy-handed recommendation, right? That we really kind of try to have committees of workers and so on deciding what sorts of inventions would actually raise the value of work and only allow those. So, I just, I don't think that's desirable. I don't think work is good in and of itself. I think we've sort of brainwashed ourselves into feeling that way because it's necessary, but the ideal future to me is one in which we all have leisure. And it also just doesn't seem very, very tractable to me because, let's say there is a machine that could really do everything we could do, that could be built for some amount of money that we just haven't spent yet. With $1 trillion, you could build a robot that can do everything a person can do. And let's say it's $1 trillion per robot, right? Or per robot year or something, if you amortize it. Then if you're going to have growth and if you're going to have the labor share staying a positive fraction of output, then eventually the wage will be, $1 trillion a year. And then, after a bit more growth, it'll be 2 and then 3. And it's like, no matter how expensive the robots are, if you try to prevent them, you're asking people to give up on a profit margin that'll just sort of grow and grow over time. Yeah. It's like, the wage grows above what it would cost to replace the person. So I think that is probably the future at some point, and trying to prevent it's a fool's errand. As for why I don't think we should let the robots own themselves, I didn't ever follow up with Give on that, even though we're good friends. So I'm thanks for reminding me about that. But
I like Give too. Give, if you're watching, this is for you.
Yeah, you should follow up.
But I mean, obviously, there are so-called successionists who think that if the AIs are just sort of better than us in every way, if they're more intelligent, if they're sentient and able to feel more happiness than we can, then we should just turn the world over to them. But obviously, groups of intelligent beings don't necessarily achieve outcomes that are like on the Pareto frontier for them. They can get locked into all kinds of coordination failures or, like a swarm of self-replicating bots getting itself into like a Malthusian future. It's not like where, like the world and the universe are filled with whatever is replicating most quickly and just burning all the energy up there in an attempt to spread. No one wants that, I think. And the thing you want is some sort of plan. There's some balance. You don't want to be totally authoritarian either, obviously, but like you want some plan for the future in which we all flourish. And for the time being, I think that means having bots that do what they're told and, create like well-regulated patterns of interaction between us and themselves.
Yeah.
Maybe at some point that could involve something like property rights for machines, but for now, I think it probably doesn't.
It is pretty interesting because most of the conversations around the economy and its impact, or AI and its impact on the economy, tend to be around jobs. That comes again and again. And it's almost like you've extrapolated one step further and it's like, hey, what is the point of a job? What is the point of a work? Is that really the issue if that's what's getting replaced? And so, but then your actual stance for it is then we have humans who are owning the machines. What does that actually mean in practice? How does that actually play out?
Oh, well, it's just the standard.
Read the Epoch article.
No, but it's just a
good one.
Okay, you're right. There is an Epoch article with Anson Ho.
Yeah.
Spelling out the options there a little bit more. I think the default outcome in terms of us owning the machines is just kind of what we have now, where people own shares in companies and companies have equipment, and we're all just earning dividends, or earning's probably not the right word, but we're all getting paid dividends off of our shares in the companies that own the machines, and we're using that to buy the outputs of all the machines. People worry sometimes about the political economy of this, right? That maybe that's not very stable because there's different versions of this argument, but basically the thought is it's a little suspicious that democracy only got so widespread around the time of the Industrial Revolution, which was also a change in the structure of work. And maybe once labor became more useful, or it became more useful to educate people and put them in environments where they could easily politically organize, not because you wanted them to organize, because you wanted them to work on the factory floor. A sort of inevitable byproduct of that was democracy, even though the aristocrats didn't want it. And when that's not the structure of work anymore, and when there's no work at all, maybe even, then we should expect democracy to unravel. And so we'll be in some kind of jungle, in some free-for-all where like ownership of the machines isn't widespread after all. I think there are a lot of steps to this argument and a lot of bones to pick. I mean, for one thing, just because even if you accept that that's how democracy got so widespread, that doesn't mean that when we no longer have the sort of work that brought democracy about, that democracy has to unravel, right? Like you can lock in what you have sometimes. And one kind of cartoonish, but I think helpful illustration of how this could work would be, imagine that we either through some negotiation or through some law, we made it the case that every new large piece of equipment or any large industrial structure that got built, 1 out of 300 million pieces got assigned to each citizen with like some sort of kill switch that meant that citizen could like turn it off or blow it up if they wanted to, right? That would be kind of analogous to the ability that workers have of going on strike, right? They can just kind of shut off their own labor, their own input to production. So we would all get to have our cake and eat it in that extreme scenario, right? We would have the same amount of leverage over production, and potentially political leverage downstream of that that we currently have, but then we also don't have to work. That's probably not the ideal arrangement, but I just think it's helpful to like open our minds a bit to like other ways of preserving.
Yeah. Do you have an ideal arrangement?
No, not really. But also, again, I'm not as pessimistic as some people that the current equilibrium of property rights is sort of would like inevitably be unraveled by
so
the current trajectory. So
another general question I have about AI and econ, I think about a lot, is like where exactly will the value accrue? Like to which firms will the value accrue? Like you can imagine the energy layer becoming much more valuable. You can imagine like chip manufacturers, chip designers, frontier labs, application layers. Who do you think will become more valuable with more powerful AI?
Yeah, I mean it's a great question, and the people who have the best thoughts on it are probably working at hedge funds or something.
A quadrillion-dollar question.
I will. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll say something I've just started working on recently, and that I think will help me answer that question once I've done it, is to think about the causes of market concentration in general, and like which of them we should expect to still obtain in an automated world. Okay, so just to illustrate the point, people often wonder about the causes of market concentration, like why is it that sometimes you only have one or two firms in an industry? I tend to think of it the other way. What are the causes of fragmentation? Why is there more than one firm? Right. So as long as there are any economies of scale, any feedback loops of learning by doing, you might think that in any industry, the firm that gets a little bit ahead, that can sell its widget a little cheaper, will sell more units, learn more, be able to bring the price down faster, and then like eventually they'll just be, they'll just kind of be the only person selling. But of course, that doesn't usually happen. And this is for all sorts of reasons. So one of them is that if you've got like a really high markup, then some of your employees who know the secret sauce, who know the IP or the trade secret, can just like leave and split the market and get half of it, right? They can enter. Another is that competitors can reverse engineer. In an automated world, the first one won't hold anymore, right? Like your robot workers are not going to like, hopefully, well, unless they own themselves, right?
Yeah.
But they're probably not just going to like leave and start a new company. And so you could have, one company get far ahead of the others for that reason. But as like distillation is like a great example of, you could still have reverse engineering, right? Like your competitors' bots could like reverse engineer the output of your bots.
Just as good.
So anyway, this is just a very high level thought. But the point is, I think some people think either that the future will be like hyper competitive, or that we're going to get some singleton where one company sort of has its one model maker or whoever will spiral their way into an immense lead over everyone else. And I think it's just an open question right now. It depends on the relative strengths of the different determinants of market fragmentation.
Yeah.
And like which survive automation and which don't.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I do know we're nearly at time, but before we actually end this conversation, one thing that I'm particularly curious about, and one of the reasons I love your work, is you talk a lot about human prosperity, and also why human prosperity and GDP aren't a fully correlated, connected metric. And so you alluded to it earlier that you're not a pessimist, that you're actually pretty optimistic about where the future of all this going. So can you just summarize why? Why do you feel that way?
Oh, well, I guess it depends on the reason for pessimism that you're referring to. I'm definitely not an anti-doomer or something. I mean, I think as the recent jailbreak incidents reveal, like there's plenty to be worried about. And in fact, this sort of decoupling of GDP from AI capabilities is all the more reason to be worried, because as we get richer, we tend to be like willing and able to like spend more on on safety. And if we get all these risky capabilities before we're getting much richer in other ways, then we might have a period of really high risk and all of that. So I don't know if I'm overall an optimist. I just want to say that. On the question of like, if we make it through the catastrophic risks, whether people will still have prosperity, I think we'll survive the disemployment that AI could eventually bring, because there are just lots of other ways to make money, and there'll be a lot to go around. So even a little bit of savings that's even somewhat well indexed will be worth an immense amount if you just own a few robots and the robots are very capable and self-reproducing. Then you'll be able to buy a lot with what they produce, right? Even redistributing a really small share of output will mean a lot in absolute terms. So even if you don't have savings, but you just have, there's like a tiny UBI as a fraction of GDP, that would also presumably cover people's needs eventually. Philanthropy, likewise, even, currently it's like 2% of US GDP. That would be a lot more in absolute terms. So I think a lot has to go wrong for people to be impoverished in the long run, assuming that we don't have any catastrophes and the bots keep on doing what they're told.
Yeah. Well, it's been great having you on, talking about all of this econ stuff. Check out Phil Trammell's Twitter. And Epoch blog posts are very, very good. Thank you so much, Phil, for coming on MTS.
Great. Thank you for joining us. And we'll be back with MTS.
Okay, we are back live. We are live with Nikki Kaler, who also drops music under the name Varian, is a composer, producer, multi-instrumentalist, director, and staff engineer at VN.ai. So very stacked title, stacked resume, and has like a very unusual positioning, like that's very close to both the creative and the technical sides of AI and media. So welcome, Nikki.
Thank you so much for having me, guys. It's friends of the show. There's a lot of crossover in the guests you've had, and yeah, just thank you so much for having little me on to talk about this monitoring the situation of AI filmmaking.
Yeah. No, Nikki, we're so excited to have you on. I think this is our first time having someone with your background actually on here on MTS. And I know you have a lot of takes when it comes to AI filmmaking. Just start off sharing a little bit what that is.
Yeah.
So let me start with like maybe a little bit of a background, because I'm going to talk from a position of authority, and I should probably establish that before, making some claims. So I am a classically trained composer in jazz piano. I have done music for everything from Fast and Furious series to the UI sounds on Overwatch. I have an Emmy credit for working with Skrillex on Bangarang. Or Grammy. Then I won an Emmy last year for a anime called White Rabbit, where I was an audio director. I've cut trailers for Call of Duty. So I also have like a gold and a couple platinums for K-pop. So I've just been everywhere over the past 16 years. And when generative AI started to kind of look better than sort of like the GANs of old time, I was like, maybe there's something here. Maybe there's something where it's like a shot list or rapid prototyping. And I don't necessarily want to claim this, but in early 2024, I was rapid prototyping commercials that would then air on TV for Manchester United, Real Brazil, Emiratis, and I was using like Kling 2. And it was just kind of like, what if we could rapid prototype something that a person could show the client instead of like, and then this happens, and then this happens. Like, that's hard to imagine. But if you see a prototype, like an AI prototype of your commercial, then it's like, it has a little bit more of an emotional pull. And then you'll put in the couple million it takes to buy the talent, get the shoot. That was like 2024. Fast forward, I mean, I'm monitoring the situation myself on Korea 3 and Minimax and, of course, C-Dance 2.5, Talk of the Town. The thing is that I have done a lot of creative, like the whole like sort of meta game that I play is, can you detect when the AI stops and I, with my skill sets, begin? So sometimes it's like a hybrid, like 70% bespoke, 30% generative, whether it's imagery, whether it's video, whatever I kind of need. And I've kind of like just in making a earnest, like short film, ran into, and I've run into this so many times over the years, but I've run into so many blocks. And they're blocks that a lot of people actually can't detect, and I'm a little worried. So for instance, the video that's pinned to my profile right now, it's shot in a style that's called Dog Me 95. So this is like Lars von Trier. This is one location. This is no real plot. So this is like all about Lily Chocho, Lilia Forever, skip forward to like, just like handy cam shooting people. Like Florida Project is another pretty good downstream of that. And people like have been DMing me like, bro, did you film that? And it's like, dude, I can count like 10 hallucinations within the first 10 seconds out of that 3 minutes. Like, it's weird because I think that what the current models have done is like confirmed that fidelity has been reached. Like this asymptote of realism has been reached. And there's definitely been some points when I've reviewed like Generations from Seed Dance and gone, damn, like that's really good. And then they move their hand weird. And then they deliver a line, but they don't move their facial muscles. And it's like these minutia things, I don't think, and this is my bet, happy for people to clip this and say I was wrong, but it's my bet that like I'm bullish on the technology. Let's not get it twisted here, but where the market is currently scoped, I think that like 90% of it is marketing. Like when people are like, this was done with one prompt. No, actually, Taylor Lorenz's like journalism on this has shown that Higgsfield actually just uses Envato presets and it's entirely VFX, but they sell it as an AI prompt pack. And you see a lot of Instagram hustlers do this thing. And so people get this confidence, this ill-earned confidence, because it looks good, right? Because it like looks like Hollywood, and they did that. The problem with that is that they're conflating the fidelity of the image with competence in the trade itself. Like that video that's pinned on there still has hallucinations. It's really well paced. It's really well prompted. It definitely was not one prompt. It was like 100. I had to edit and color grade like a motherfucker. Like it's insane, because then you see like professionals. I'm not going to name names, but it's like, how did that leave the like studio? The cars are driving on the wrong side of the road. Do you not notice that like in the background the brands are all blurry? Like, you're a veteran. Like, I'm obviously, people can probably put some pieces together, but like this person was a veteran who created some of the greatest movies of like the 2010s and late 20s, like 2000s. How is this person flattening their entire aesthetic to create like a really bad AI film? So that's like where I've also run into is like, I don't think this is going to replace anything. I know for a fact that like Netflix and all of that, they have in-house AI guys. I don't think it's going to replace shit. I think that it will be a choice. I think it'll be something to call upon. I think it's good for rapid prototyping. I think it'll be in the toolkit of a lot of like studios, and people can rage all they want, but like it's been in there for years. They just are afraid of the optics. And I just see this as an interesting opportunity for like creatives who are maybe more independent like me to sort of find that balance of like, this part was generative, but there's so much human in it that like, can you deny that it's bad, or are you just going to default to like AI slop? So that's my bet. The second one is, I think within 2 to 3 years, it will be an Oscar Academy Award like category, and it's going to suck. And there's going to be, it's going to be weird. It's going to be weird because it's going to be people passing off like VFX and Envato presets as AI. Like it's going to be the Higgsfield move, but as a zeitgeist. And like my girlfriend and I were watching Amazon something or other last night, and an AI generated ad came on and it like said that. And I'm like, who is like vetting this? Like there's obviously like all this blurry, you know, the weird sort of AI like blurriness that's kind of like dreamlike and weird. I'm like, who signed off on this?
Yeah.
Like all this needs is some color grading and like some decent editing, and it could pass. But right now, I think everyone's just offended, like that you're putting this in their face. And that's, I think, a lot of the tension is the slop coming from the top. And then the marketing is just like 90% of it. It's just like hucksters selling like prompt packs to each other, and they barely work because they forget to leave out, oh yeah, I brought this into After Effects and then I did this, ba-ba-da. Like, so am I making sense in that like, it's not necessarily like AI, generative AI is so over. It's more just like, I'm ringing the bell. And I feel like I have the I have the credentials and the experience to ring the bell and say, can we be honest? Because if it's honest and it contains like some blips, maybe we can forgive some of that. But if we come out swinging saying, this is my AI film and it's an hour, like, dude, I'll get into 2 minutes of that. And I'm like, I'd rather be executed behind a barn. So.
Yeah. Well, there's so many components to this because, like, for a while, my take was like, okay, you have all of the top like film production studios, and it's going to start being a symbol of prestige that they don't have to use AI and that they have the budget to sort of afford to do things the old-fashioned way, and and they just have these large production budgets, and then it'll just be like the long tail of very like small creatives who don't really have the budget who end up using things like Dance, and so then it becomes entirely sort of like a wealth signaling kind of thing in entertainment, and that was my fear. So I don't know if you see things similarly.
I didn't even think about that. I'm coming from just like watching what people are like so confident about, and I'm like, oh man, I think you're doing the thing where like it looks good, but you don't understand that like my hands don't move like that, lips don't move like that. What was this? Like someone will be like handling something, and all of a sudden it'll just flick, and it's like, what was that? If I was just filming someone, like it would just be normal. I wouldn't have to worry about the drift in their voice. I do a lot of stuff in Japanese where pitch accent is extremely important. And it's like, I have no way to control how a person delivers a line. So that's why like a shot will be perfect, but then I'll have to cut in audio from another shot. And it's like, I didn't even consider what you just said, though. That's an interesting thing. I will say, of course, there's games and a lot of like developers right now that are kind of like, and this was made with no generative AI.
Right.
Like that's like their selling point.
Yeah.
And I can sort of see a world where you would see games like, remember when Cuphead came out, if you're familiar with that it was all like hand-drawn cells to mimic like the old school Disney style. It took them like 8 years. They had to refinance their house like twice just to make it. And like, obviously it's a piece of art. But like, I think cultural artifacts that are entirely man-made, I've said this in passing as sort of like a meme, but I mean this more every single day, is that flesh is going to be a premium. People working on things is going to be a premium. I know we have Backrooms. I know we have Obsession. I was just at the theater over the weekend. It was packed. So cinema is not over. You're really going to have to win people over with, and I don't think that like the bubble of X and like AI creative technologists, which kill me with that. Like, no, dude, you're just prompting stuff and then being like, I made this. And it's like, I don't know if I could say you did, but you definitely came out of your seed dance, whatever you're using, Shakespeare or API.
Yeah, it's almost like the definition for like AI slop isn't necessarily having it be made by AI, but it's rather the intention behind it. Like you can have someone who's like really good actually building something that's fully AI, like that's used AI would actually create a really good story, where you have someone who's just trying to churn things as fast as possible. And even if they're not using AI, that still equates to slop.
Well, it's weird because like the anti-AI movement kind of decries everything as slop. I mean, I've released non-AI stuff and like, your AI slop bores me meme. And I'm like, okay, like it just rolls off my back at this point because I know where I stand. I have made claims on here, but I'm happy to be wrong about them. I just sort of see AI slop as like unchecked, obviously full of hallucinations and just that weird, uncanny gloss. Like that would definitely be slop, but I would also argue that's becoming an art style, like in a mimetic form, but also like there's an interesting idea I've been playing with that true AI art comes from like the hallucinations themselves.
Yes.
You know those videos where it's like, what does English sound like to non-speakers?
Yeah.
If you like sometimes don't prompt for dialogue, they'll talk in gibberish, and I find it very
I
interesting
think that
to
is
use.
like artistically compelling. Yeah.
So there you go. It's artistically compelling because that's technically the AI art versus making a simulacra of Marvel, right?
Exactly.
Like,
Yeah.
so that's where I'm kind of interested in exploring is like, I think that horror and comedy could, I've seen some hilarious stuff. And people have commented on my stuff saying you should make a movie. And I've had talks with very big studios about like, dude, your clips go so viral, you're so good with AI. And I'm like, but is that worthy of a movie or three? Like a contract to make 3 movies? Like it just shows a bit of cleverness. And I don't think being clever equals a movie. Like I would need a huge team of artists, writers. Like we would need a team. It's not just going to be like, I'm going to prompt you 3 movies because you saw a clip on X. Like this is what I mean with like conflation. Is like, oh, you must be good at the other 1 hour, 29 minutes and 45 seconds because your 15-second clip was good. It's like, no, I would be in hell if I was forced to make an AI movie right now. I'm more interested in exploring the hallucinations and sort of the uncanny moments and capturing that as an art style. Like Connor O'Malley in his video Irish Zionism does it fantastic, like using AI for its absurd likeness, but it still has him as the main guy. It still has insane like Kubrick meets TikTok energy, just crazy creative. And it has generative AI in it. And people are like, you know what? I'll allow AI for Connor O'Malley. And it's like, see, if you do it in a way that's decent, people will say, hey, I'm actually not offended by this.
Yeah.
I think people are offended just because of the confidence behind what a lot of people, especially those with like an artist eye or an artist ear, or just people who like watch a lot of movies. Like people, there's a lot of talk about taste, but it's like taste is live experience. Like it's like watching movies and listening to music over 10, 15 years and really getting a second nature about what things should look like, sound like. And it's missing in so many of these guys is like marketing tactics. So I just try to be a little bit of a Diogenes, like, you all suck. You're just marketing. I'm going to tell you what's real. What's real is you can get like 80% there, maybe.
Yeah. I think like and we do have to wrap because we are at time, but to close out, I think that the problem with a lot of this AI slop and AI creators is that they like necessarily have to assume that the audience is dumb and won't notice the hallucinations and stuff like that.
That's what I'm saying. Is like,
so that's
you
what
not
people
see it?
don't like. Like people feel like kind of offended by it, I think.
Yeah. So all the AI creators out there, check your shit. Like, just make sure that there's like not some random like things flying around. Just try like and make like use your eyes. I'm really worried about that. Like people not using like their eyes. They're like, it looks good, and then they ship it, and it's like, no, watch it, and you'll see all the things. So I just urge people to just take it a step further. Actually, bring it into After Effects or DaVinci. It's free. DaVinci's free. You can learn how to color grade in 2 seconds. You can hook it up to Claude. Like, just do something.
Yeah. Well, I totally agree. It was so great having you on, Nikki. Lovely
Thank you
chatting
so
with you.
much, guys.
Yeah, such a
Thank you
fun
for letting me rant.
conversation, and I enjoyed the rant. I enjoy how you urge other creators, other artists, and also kind of what you show about what this makes possible for other types of artists who do want to get involved and start using these tools, and how it can democratize the future of creators.
They're cool, but you still gotta do the art part.
Definitely, 100%.
All right,
thanks
guys,
so much,
thank
Nikki.
you so much.
And we'll be right back
All right.
with MTS.
All right, we are back. We are live,
live.
With Seth Carton with us in the Situation Room, who's a researcher at Prime Intellect, and joining us from cyberspace, Alex Zhang, who's a PhD student at MIT CSAIL and a research fellow at Prime Intellect. So, Alex, Seth, welcome to MTS.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks
We
for
love
having us
Prime
on.
Intellect people. Yeah, so you guys just announced something really cool today. Do you want to tell our audience about it?
Sure, I could get us started here. So today we released something that we've been working on internally for quite a while called Prime Agent. And it is a RLM native coding harness. So you can use this as your daily driver coding harness, coding agent, as well as for any evals that you want to do to test out how good a model is. Prime Agent is the go-to for that.
RLM meaning recursive language model?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah,
Exactly.
or anything you want to add? Go for it.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I think like Prime Agent is motivated somewhat by this idea that a lot of existing harness designs, like Claude Code, Codex, all these things are very, very good, obviously. But they've somewhat evolved from a lot of ideas and research on older language models, like language models that weren't as capable as they are today. And so a lot of the features that we have been interested in putting into Prime Agent, like the RLM and continual harness and all this like multi-agent stuff, is based around this idea that these models are so much more capable of doing more if you give them the option to do more. And so that's kind of how we came about designing this whole thing. And we're super excited to see people use it.
Yeah, this whole setup is reminding me of the Star Wars prequels when they do the Jedi Council scenes and then some of them are hologramming in. Yeah.
It's like the Galactic Federation,
it is,
office.
Yeah. So tell us about RKGI3. Like, how does the harness provide like such an uplift on the scoring for that?
Yeah, I think that for a lot of the RKGI3, they haven't been evaluated necessarily in the true native harness. We saw last week that OpenAI released using their own responses API, which is how they should be evaluating OpenAI models on benchmarks. And they saw a significant improvement from what were previously like single-digit percentage performance, and they got up to 38%. I think that a lot of the evaluation criteria and infrastructure that we have is kind of lagging behind how we actually use agents. And so by evaluating on a very general harness for RKGI3, which have these great abstractions such as the RLM, where we can have an IPython kernel directly, continual harness, where we're constantly refining our subagents, memories, and skills, as well as having a very smooth communication framework between any two agents to work together. This is really just what enables the increase in performance. We just allow the models to do what they know how to do best.
How much does a harness matter relative to the capability of the model?
So there's always going to be a point at which we can't improve beyond the harness, right? Part of it is that we can get a lot of the same score on these benchmarks with fewer tokens because we are able to be expressive. We're not actually, I wouldn't say, improving the base model when we use a harness, but we're extracting the core capability.
Right. So this scores 95.5% on ArcAGI3.
Yes.
Can you put into perspective how impressive that is? And also, this is not this is a very unique sort of benchmark that, it measures like how you can learn continuously in very novel environments and game-like environments. So why is this important?
Well, I think that the abstract and symbolic reasoning that is provided by learning how to model the world in these novel game environments in ArcAGI3 make it a very useful benchmark for general reasoning capabilities of the models. 95.5% is a fantastic score. That was with Prime Agent running with Opus 5, and we found that Opus 5 was able to greatly take advantage of the capabilities of Prime Agent, more so than the other ones we benchmarked against in that plot. To put it in perspective, the human baseline that ArcAGI released regarding what they expect humans to be able to do in ArcAGI 3 was 95.4. So we're on par now with potentially saturating the benchmark.
No, that's definitely impressive. Oh, if you want to add anything.
Just one other thing I wanted to add was that I think what's really, really cool about this result is that Prime Agent was not designed around ArcAGI 3 in any capacity. ArcAGI 3 is one of the last things that we ended up running and evaluating. And I think what's super cool is typically for a lot of ArcAGI results, like in general, across all iterations of it, they have been with harnesses that are very like meticulously designed for dealing with these kinds of puzzles. But Prime Agent in particular is not at all designed for these kinds of things. It is more so like all the general principles inside of Prime Agent are for just general use cases and coding and things like this. And it just happens to work really, really well on ArcAGI 3. And I think actually it probably will also work very well on a wider array of tasks as well. And so I think we have some other results in the blog post that are super exciting, but this is all it was a very great surprise for us to see such high results. But
yeah.
Do you think that current models could be like actual AGI, meaning AI that is capable of replacing humans on all economically valuable or almost all economically valuable white collar tasks? Could current models achieve this with the right harness, or are there still fundamental model capabilities that are lacking?
I think that when I think of AGI and models and harnesses, I think of a much more human-first perspective, where we're always going to have a human in the loop. If the models get better at all these tasks, then humans can leverage them to perform even greater abstractions.
Okay, but at some point, agents are going to be substitutable for human labor. You can imagine human software engineer wouldn't be doing these kinds of software engineering tasks anymore because an agent would just be doing them. Maybe the human would be moving to other tasks, but let's say an agent that is capable of doing what a software engineer does at a company. Could current models do that with the right harness?
I think to an extent, the answer is kind of yes. I mean, the strongest thing I can say is that we can do a lot more with the current models that we have. Whether that means actually automating things, I'm not actually sure. But I think one of the obvious things that we find with even harnesses outside of Prime Agent is that harnesses can greatly increase the capabilities and just generalization of models. And this is really important because I think there's a lot of cases where we think models can't be used or they can't be applied for these settings. But the likely answer is that this actually isn't true. And that you probably can apply a model to this setting if you have the right harness. I think ArcAGI 3 is a perfect example of this. You could view it as GPT 5.6 Sol can only get less than 10%. But with the right harness, obviously it can solve most of the benchmarks. So I think there are many things that we have not figured out that we can do with current models. But the extent of it is, I think, a little bit less clear.
Yeah, totally. So there's two core abstractions that this is designed around: the RLM, recursive language model, and the continua harness. So can you guys sort of break down why these make Prime Agent what it is?
Yeah, I can get started with continue harness. Both of these papers are Alex and my previous research,
yes,
and respectively.
Nice.
So we kind of combined this and then added a lot of multi-agent communication abstraction to it, and a couple other really nice features for day-to-day use. But for the most part, from the continual harness point of view, I was actually looking at harnesses in game playing agents prior in my PhD, and we were looking at LLMs playing Pokemon and stuff like that. And we released a paper called Continue Harness on this, and everyone's like, okay, well, what about things like ArcAGI? What about coding? And I was like, well, a lot of times I think that these games are a bit more difficult which is why something like ArcAGI exists for symbolic reasoning. And so I took that same abstraction that in earlier this year, we took our continuum harness and we applied to ArcAGI with Gemini 3, and we found that it got around 20.5% on ArcAGI. Over the past couple of months, we've been taking these abstractions and then applying them to Prime Agent, and now we have another huge leap.
Yeah. On the RLM side, like I think, you know, the focus of RLMs has always been that existing harnesses are somewhat limited. The way we do tool calls like is kind of a result of all the research in the past like 3 years. And I think like having a more expressive action space and being able to deal with context or being able to get the model to deal with its own context in meaningful ways has always been like a really interesting or like useful goal. I think one thing I do want to say is that continual harness and RLM they work very well together. And I think this is like a really important detail. Like if you think about them independently, I think you actually don't get a lot of the gains that you would see on like that Prime Agent gets on ArcAGI 3. It's the fact that actually a lot of the continual harness features are implemented and used as actions in code through the like RLM abstraction. And this is kind of like the marriage of these two ideas is what gives you something like Prime Agent. And it's very, very useful on like a wider range of tasks that we've seen. So
what are some of the ways that you guys are thinking about like agentic paradigms differently? Like how are the sort of like sub agents structured as compared to other companies making agents?
So I think it really comes down to like we have these really smooth abstractions. When everything is in an IPython kernel, the agent is really good at coding. We've always known that agents are really good at coding naturally. And so they're able to inspect variables and do like symbolic processing on the direct variables themselves in order to use procedural tool calling to work through these abstractions rather than doing everything in the token space.
Okay. Yeah.
And then I'll just add that I think like there's a lot of ways to do sub-agent stuff. There's a lot of ways to do tool calling, and there's a lot of ways to do like memory and like updating like self-improving harnesses and things like this. But I agree with Seth that like I think fundamentally like continual harness and the RLM abstraction are very simple but clear ideas. And there's many different ways to implement them, but like we choose to implement them in the simplest possible way so that like basically when a model like, you know, model harness co-design is a huge thing now, right? Because models need to like, they need to know what they expect the harness to give them as input and output. But when these abstractions are implemented in a really simple way, basically what you see, at least with Prime Agent, is that you can slot in any model. We don't train any model around Prime Agent. And in a lot of cases, we see Prime Agent doing better than models trained around a certain harness. And it's purely because these abstractions take advantage of the raw capabilities of the models. And so one of the things that we're really excited about, you know, within the company as well is like when we actually co-design a model with the harness, like what kinds of capabilities do we actually see emerge?
Yeah, I think of this kind of flywheel data loop where you have the harnesses are extracting every ounce of the model's capability, and then the next generation of models can bootstrap almost infinitely on the harness. And so this is the worst we're going to see Prime Agent perform with models, and it is exciting to see what the next generation of models will be able to leverage Prime Agent for.
Yeah, well, we're excited too. Congrats again on the launch. Prime Agent. Really cool stuff. Seth, Alex, thanks so much for coming on MTS.
Yes.
Thanks for having us.
Cyberpunk interview ever.
This is true. It's our most cyberpunk interview yet. And we'll be right back.
Yeah, we'll be right back. Thanks so much.
All right. It's time to thank the sponsors once again, starting with Arena, measuring AI performance in the real world at arena.ai.
And of course, Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents, built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
And of course, Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance. KongHQ.com.
Today's stream is sponsored by VCX, the public ticker for private tech. Head over to getvcx.com to learn more.
And of course, Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
And AdQuick, make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital at adquick.com.
So, we have two things that happened.
So that just happened.
We have two happenings.
I thought nothing ever happens.
Despite nothing ever happening, two things did happen.
The first is Mark Zuckerberg posted on X again. I don't know why it says following here, but he doesn't follow me. Like, it's all right, bro. You can follow me back. Oh, he's following new people too. He needs to be following me. So Mark Zuckerberg is releasing Muse Code in beta today. It's a terminal coding agent that takes on complete software engineering tasks across large repos, planning changes, writing code, validating the results, powered by Muse Spark 1.2, a coding-focused model update. So let's see.
So
Muse
this is
Spark,
their first coding agent, right?
I believe so. It's their first terminal coding agent. They're competing now directly with Anthropic, with Claude Code, OpenAI with Codex, Google with Anti-Gravity. I'm just kidding. No one uses that. And XAI with Grok Build.
I'm actually an anti-gravity power user.
Are you really?
No, I'm kidding.
Oh, okay.
That'd be funny though.
I'm actually an anti-gravity power user, said no one ever. I'm just kidding. I hope anti-gravity gets better.
I wonder if they had this internally or something for their software engineers.
Probably. So
let's
terminal
check out the
bench.
benchmarks. Let's check out the benchmarks.
Monitoring the benchmarks. Muse Spark 1.2 is behind Opus 5 Max and GPT 5.6 Terra. It's good for them to compare to models that are better. It's kind of annoying when companies only compare their models to models that are worse.
Yeah.
On Meta's internal coding bench, it underperforms Opus 5, but it outperforms Muse Spark 1.1 on a lot of things. And Muse Spark 1.1 just came out 2 weeks ago? It came out, on July 9th, so almost a month ago. Wow. Yeah, I'm so bad at estimating times these days because Singularity, Muse Code uses specialized background agents to build up context over time and fans out to separate subagents. Daring today, aren't we?
Cool. So on Terminal Bench, it scores 82.9%. Is this true? Okay.
It's pretty good. It's behind
It's
Opus.
pretty good. I'd like to see Kimmy on here, but it's not. Opus 5 is at 86.7% for reference. Fable is not on here.
Oh, we keep seeing
Raises
this kind
eyebrow.
of thing. We pointed Muse Spark 1.2 at a long horizon task, in this case, kernel optimization, and let it run. It kept finding substantial improvements well beyond the initial exploration phase. So at this point, models are good at doing long horizon tasks and continuing to find improvements. You can see here, it caps out below Opus 4.8, 5.6 Sol, and 5. Not great considering Opus 4.8 is a much older model.
Yep.
Opus 4.8 release date was May 28th. So it's been over 2 months. This is also similar to the examples that we saw in the Kimi K3 and the Quen 3.8 blog posts of we're giving the model a long task and we're just going to let it rip, basically.
New
Auditable
task
by,
just dropped longer than the old one.
Yeah.
Auditable by design. Every model call to run and edit hits a local event log before it executes. Okay. I do think that if any coding agent gets substantially better at coding to not look generic, people would start using that like crazy. Because right now everything just looks so brutally uniform. They're all vibe hooded software just kind of looks the same. I'm looking at their demo here. But yeah, I think like when we actually start to see coding agents have more creativity, that's going to be wonderful.
Mm-hmm. Totally. So pricing, it's easy and low cost to get started. What does that mean? What's
How
the pricing?
low cost?
Pricing, it's low cost. Yeah. Imagine like checking out at like Costco, at like Walmart. You know, I'm bringing my item to the self-check, I scan it, and they're like, don't worry, it's low cost.
Oh, okay. Yay.
Will Muse Code be open source? I'll have more to share on that soon. The Vague Post King. The Vague Post King. Okay, so let's see. Muse Spark 1.2 pricing. CNET says it's going to be 125
This has not
425.
Pareto curve smell. This model has not Pareto curve smell.
Not Pareto curve smell.
But it's okay. Let's check it out anyway.
Releasing Muse Code in beta today. Let's see. Is there a meta website?
Would Arena be fast enough?
There it is. Introducing Muse Code in Muse Spark 1.2. Async background agents, runtime design, bundled skills. Okay, so it's pretty good. On GDP Val, it's like well behind Opus 5, but it's above GPT 5.6 Terra. And Fable and Soul aren't even listed on here because they're much greater. Yeah. Do we have these models on Arena yet? Not yet. But Muse Spark 1.1 ranks at number 22 on Agent Arena. Well behind GPT 5.6 Terra, Luna, GPT 5.4, 5.5, 5.6 Soul, GLM, Grok 4.5, behind a lot of models.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll see what happens with Muse Code and Muse Spark 1.2. Anyway, we have some more news. It's very sad. Nikita Beer, after a long reign as the head of product at X, will be leaving.
Still in his bio, too.
I don't know why people always do, like, they make their post before they change their bio. Why not just do both?
Maybe they're still, like, on payroll until, like, the end of the week or something.
Yeah, something like that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to pass the torch and demote myself to my natural state, a poster. I'll be stepping back from leading product for X and will continue on as an advisor. Serving the X community has been the privilege of a lifetime. X is and will remain the most important communication technology in history. I don't know about that one. The most important communication technology in history is like language. It's like writing. But X is up there too, I think.
Yeah.
But running this app is a 24/7 job, and now it's time for me to take a breather. This is true. You know, if you've read the reports on, you know, how they work at X and XAI, you know, it's tough. They're like really 996ing or more.
There should be like a manifold market on like how much he was sleeping.
Oh,
it's probably like 2 hours a night.
Don't even ask. It's brutal.
We should actually ask him. I'd be interested to know.
The app is seeing unprecedented growth in users and engagement, should continue to break records, climb 70 spots in the App Store, rebuilt almost every aspect of X in the last 400 days. We launched nearly 30 new products, becoming the first app to show country of origin on profiles. This is actually one of the greatest updates ever. It was so funny. And mounting defenses against AI bots. Remember, like, oh my God, one of the greatest Twitter moments ever was right after they added the location feature. So you could just like go check where every single account was from.
Oh, yeah. That was great.
That was so funny. You'd see all these like accounts like cold posting, and then it'd be like account based in Russia. It was so great. Nikita's account is based in the United States. None of this would have been possible without the incredible team here. The next leaders will take X
Who's
to
going to
even
be our
greater
next
heights.
X dictator?
Benji Taylor on design, Mridul Singhai on core product engineering, and Jonah Katz, Dinkin Flicka on mobile engineering, among many other great people. Thank you to Elon and the X team for welcoming me into the company. See you on the timeline. I'll see you in Valhalla, brother.
Oh. So, okay, what do we predict that he's going to do next? We have Neolab. We have, you know,
I think he's just going to chill.
Retiring to start Guardian Angel startup.
I think he's just going to retire for a bit.
Probably. I mean, like, it sounds like he was actually burnt out.
Yeah, I think he was just
like
burnt
bro
out.
was actually probably worked to the bone. So
Yeah.
I hope you enjoy your vacation.
The whole Nikita Bohr meme. This is gonna be Nikita soon, just on a beach.
He should date like a washed celebrity or something.
You should date Katy Perry
Yeah, like
once she's done with Justin Trudeau. Honestly, Justin Trudeau and Katy Perry might be endgame.
They're 100% endgame. Like I could see that from the beginning.
Yep.
Yeah. So goodbye, Nikita.
Goodbye, Nikita. Rest now, Nikita. We have the watch, and I'll see you on the timeline.
Don't go gentle into that good night.
Anyway, yeah, that's our timeline review.
Yeah,
for the day.
That's about it.
And we'll be back.
I keep doing the like moist critical log offs.
What's the moist critical?
He's like that's about it. See ya.
Yeah.
And then the video just ends.
Yeah.
But that's kind of about it.
We'll see you on the timeline, and we'll see you back tomorrow.